start over. Welcome, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of Commissioners meeting. Greg tells me I say county twice. Our work session today, we are delighted to have one of our quarterly joint meetings with Open Space and Trails. And so we are going to cover two big topics with them. One is the Roaring Fork Safe Passages Report and Request, and the North Star Management Plan Update Process and review of background and current conditions. I just want to sort of frame this first topic, the Roaring Fork Safe Passages. This is an ambitious agenda for 1 hour, I would say. And so I just want to kind of set some expectations for the flow of the conversation so that we can all benefit from the full presentation. Everyone gets a chance to have their questions asked and answered, and then open up for some discussion. And so with that, as I understand, I think we'll have 20 minutes for the presentation. I don't think everyone around this table has heard this presentation since we've last met with Roaring Fork Safe Passages many, many months ago now. I'm going to request that we hold our questions till the end so we can make sure we get through it. And then Amy, who is my co-chair for today, the chair of the Open Space and Trails Board, will take questions from her board. I'll take questions from my board. We'll make sure everyone's questions get answered. And then we'll kind of go back to staff to help us tee up some of the discussion items we want to try and start working through. And we may or may not get to some solid recommendations today, depending on the flow of the conversation and any concerns raised. And so I'll turn it over to Gary Tenenbaum, our director of the Open Space and Trails program, to introduce us. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for the introduction, too. I'm the director of Open Space and Trails, and today I am with the Roaring Fork Safe Passage crew, and I'll let them introduce themselves in a second. But the county has been working with Roaring Fork Safe Passages over the last 1.5 to 2 years to really determine, to help determine like what is needed for safe crossings and wildlife connections throughout the county. And they've been working on it throughout the entire valley. And so from Open Space and Trails, obviously, we're always supportive of wildlife connection and wildlife safety and safe passage. And so we have been involved pretty heavily in the planning process to date. And so today is really about, they produced a really big report about all their findings, and we definitely want them to be able to get everybody up to speed on where their report is and what their findings are. And then, the next steps would be they do have a funding request into the county for the next steps. And so, obviously, this is one of those things with the board that has to, they always have to, balance what we spend the fund on and what we're spending our fund on, and can we spend our fund on these things, because these aren't your typical open space projects. And so, those are the kind of questions that need to be answered over time. And but first we really need to have them present to you, show you what they have found, and so you guys can start asking questions, because it's a bigger issue overall on the future of connections and wildlife safe passages. So happy to turn it over to Cecily and Julia, and you guys introduce yourselves. And
yeah, I'm Cecily.
Make sure red light's on.
Sorry.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cecily D'Angelo, Executive Director of Roaring Fork Safe Passages, and I really appreciate being able to present this to you guys today. And this is Julia.
Good afternoon. I'm Julia Kinch with Eco Resolutions, and I have been working with Cecily on this planning process since its inception. So thank you for having us here today. I'll go ahead and dive into the presentation. So just wanted to start out first with a little bit of a refresher on why we undertook this and what our goals are with this process. So we came in with 3 primary goals of reducing wildlife vehicle conflict and enhancing driver safety, and we were looking at the entire watershed originally. And then we narrowed that down to the segment on Highway 82. So also looking at improving and preserving long-term permeability for wildlife, specifically across this segment of Highway 82, which was our top priority area, and supporting landscape scale habitat connectivity for wildlife. And here's kind of a little overview, refresher of that process, because it has been many months since we last presented to you. So first we conducted this watershed scale prioritization study, and that was looking at the entire Roaring Fork watershed. And through that process, we identified several priority segments, both on 82 and on 133. And so then we from that, we selected one of those priority segments, so specifically Highway 82 from the airport to Aspen Village, that we determined was the one that we wanted to move forward first through the subsequent planning processes. So that included developing these mitigation alternatives and ultimately the final plan, which Gary mentioned, and working that then into actual recommendations for mitigation in that priority segment. And so then the next steps that you can see on this slide are really moving that through the engineering, design, feasibility analysis, ultimately through final design and construction. Sorry, skipped a slide there, excuse me. So wanted to provide a little bit of overview of this priority segment, which again, Aspen Airport to Aspen Village. And again, wildlife vehicle conflict is a primary goal here. And so that is represented here by the fact that over half, 55% of all of our reported accidents on this stretch of roadway are wildlife vehicle collisions. So it's clearly an issue that we see here. And the map that you're looking at represents the different species and the different circles, sort of the size, the scale of the problem for each of those different species in this segment. And elk vehicle conflict is particularly an issue, and this is pretty, I don't know whether to call it just crazy or a really big issue here, that elk vehicle conflict actually accounts for a third of all of those collisions. So when we look at that across other stretches of roadway around the state, that's a very, very high level of elk vehicle conflict in this segment. And of course, that's a big concern for motorists as well, because hitting an elk is a very dangerous safety concern. In addition, we're also seeing more moose in a lot of areas in Colorado, including in this valley, and moose vehicle collisions are, of course, also very dangerous. And this is a conceptual map of elk movement patterns in the upper valley. And we created this to depict that interaction between these elk movements, and both by resident animals and by seasonal migrants, and how they interact with the highway. And so this was, really important for understanding how these animals are using this landscape, and what does that mean for both for the conflict that we're seeing, but also for trying to preserve connectivity and restore connectivity across this roadway. And why animals need to make these movements. And essentially, I guess just briefly to say that what you see there then is a lot of the seasonal movements that are coming from those higher elevation areas. A lot of the valley itself is winter range. Of course, we do have a lot of that resident population around wildcat, making some more local movements across the highway. But these animals that are, looking at those benches above the Roaring Fork Valley and some of those south-facing slopes where they have good access to forage during those winter months. Briefly, I just wanted to mention sort of how we went about this process of evaluating what are our mitigation options and alternatives, what are the best recommendations to move forward. And so, we looked at all of the data, the wildlife vehicle conflict data, and used that then to identify potential areas, where we really wanted to be focusing potential mitigation solutions, and specifically looking at wildlife crossings and with continuous fencing as the most effective solution to mitigating both of those problems. And so We then identified, and feasibility is also a really big consideration, both because of land use, land ownership, and terrain. What are these opportunities for potential wildlife crossing structures? And evaluated these both in the field with our various partners, with some kind of high-level engineering input. And we looked at these 6 locations that you see here on the map, and that evaluation process, pretty in-depth review of all these different considerations, ultimately informed which mitigation scenarios we wanted to move forward and which specific wildlife crossing locations we wanted to develop a little bit further. So that was a very brief summary of like a year's worth of effort there. But in the interest of this process and sharing this information with you, I wanted to really get into the findings of that report and what our recommendations are. And there's really 3 mitigation phases that we recommend that we move forward with. The first one is the near-term improvements. So these are things that we can act sooner and focus on some of these incremental improvements that are a little bit lower cost and easier to implement, and so that we can actually have some improvements on the ground sooner, especially in terms of wildlife vehicle conflict reduction. And then the phases 1 and 2, which are going to a little bit bigger picture, a little higher cost, and are going to take additional development and take longer to actually implement. So that's the phased approach that we developed with our partners, including the county and the city of Aspen. So I'll work through each of these phases and give you a little bit of idea what we're talking about here. The near-term improvements are actions that can be implemented on a shorter time scale to improve, especially that wildlife vehicle collision goal, focusing on that existing fence from the airport to Shale Bluffs. How can we improve that fence, prevent animals from getting trapped in there? We still see a lot of wildlife vehicle collisions, even though that stretch of highway is fenced. So let's improve that fencing sooner rather than later. And the design and construction cost estimate for those near-term improvements is $500,000 to $725,000. That's to fully implement the improvements that are envisioned. And again, that's a very high-level cost estimate at this stage of the game. Then phase 1 includes 2 wildlife crossing structures that are tied in with fencing, so connecting into that existing fencing that is already on the ground, but also extending it in either direction and connecting to new wildlife crossings. And so one is a bridge underpass at Sky Mountain, replacing the existing box culvert that is there that does not function for elk passage. So improving that structure so that it is permeable for elk. And then a new wildlife overpass at Brush Creek. And here, I mentioned that the design and construction cost estimate, total implementation was $22.4 to $32.5 million for this phase. And here are those 2 locations highlighted in orange. So the upper left is that Sky Mountain Bridge, and lower right is the overpass at Brush Creek. And here's just a few conceptual renderings of what these structures look like, opening up that box culvert so that elk can pass through. And here's a roadway view of that structure. And then we have the overpass. And again, this is, we're still at a feasibility stage based on the information that we have and the assessments that we've done thus far. We believe that the overpass is the best structure at this location. But, this will be reevaluated further through the feasibility study that we foresee for the next steps. Here's another perspective of that. And a nice sunset view coming out of the structure, give you a little perspective from a driver view. And then phase 2. So this is a little further out there, and I think this phase is also going to depend somewhat on what happens with phase 1. How does that go? What is actually truly feasible with phase 1? Obviously, there's a lot of additional costs here, but this phase includes up to 3 crossing structures. So we're not sure at this point, do we need all 3, but we want to keep them on the table for now. And so that includes a bridge underpass and 2 potential wildlife overpasses connecting with that fencing from Smith Hill Road all the way to north of Aspen Village. And the design and construction cost estimate at this time for those improvements is $34.5 to $50 million. And here's a quick view of the Woods Road underpass under those opposing traffic lanes, and the bike path is incorporated into that design as well. An overpass at in the Wildcat area, and that's largely dictated by terrain as well as elk movement needs. And then the Aspen Village overpass, also most feasible terrain for an overpass structure in that area. And so with that, our funding request for consideration to you is to help us with the design of these near-term improvements to complete that design process, and with the outcome of that having final design plans that sets the stage for seeking construction funding and seeing these near-term improvements implemented sooner rather than later. And then second part of our request is to conduct a feasibility study, an engineering feasibility study and structural alternatives analysis for the phase 1 portion. And that would be $275,000 for that feasibility study and structure analysis. And that would really get us to about a 10% engineering design, would really flesh out exactly what that phase 1 vision looks like, and set the stage for completing the design of that project. And I will turn it now over to Cecily.
Thank you, Julia. One thing I think we meant to mention and didn't about the underpass at Sky Mountain is that is in fact on airport property. It is also a safety issue for the airport. The operations team out at the airport goes out and pulls the carcasses off of the road in the morning before CDOT is even able to get there. If you have dead animals in the middle of the road, it attracts large birds, and those two things do not mix with planes. So just wanted to touch on that piece. And we have been in contact with the airport. They're supportive of it, not necessarily financially supportive, but they're supportive of the concept of doing the underpass there. So one of the things that with sort of the guidance under Pickens County Open Space and some of the help from their team, both promoting and pulling this together, Roaring Fork Safe Passages conducted a public input survey, and we feel like this is a really important thing to do at this time. We want to hear from the public on how they feel about these structures and where connectivity ranks in importance of community initiatives. This survey was conducted roughly over 45 days, and we just closed it a few days ago. We were able to get 730 responses. These people were based mostly in the Valley. Some people were frequent visitors, and we had an incredibly encouraging response of support. So 95% of people were strongly supportive or extremely supportive of these structures. And a lot of people also had either they or people that they knew had experiences or close calls with wildlife vehicle incidents. And 85% of the respondents believed this would improve their quality of life in the Valley. This was one of our first questions. I believe you all received did you receive the full? Yeah. Okay, great.
We did.
Awesome. Okay.
Did your
Great.
board receive it as well, Amy? Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing I found to be really important about this survey is that I enjoyed that 70% or a little under 70% of the people taking it had a very long connection to the Valley. So 11 plus years in the Valley, and a lot of people were full-time residents as well. I wanted to pull out just a few of the most poignant. I actually had a really hard time choosing which ones I liked the most, but there was a lot of comments that were important in here. These were two different sheriff deputies that answered. So the first quote was from one person, and the second one was from a different sheriff deputy. And a lot of people felt like we have a commitment to maintain the wildlife connectivity and a habitable place for wildlife here in the valley. One of the reasons, and I think just to reiterate and point out that one of the reasons we chose this to be the first segment that we looked at in the valley is it is in fact one of the last places you can do this. We have such incredible pressure from development in this valley that other places did not qualify, aside from looking at a very, very small sliver near Emma and Highway 133. There aren't opportunities to create wildlife corridors in the rest of the valley. There are, when we look at what would be eligible, we have to look at places where you could have conservation easements on each side of the road. We need to look at permanent protections. And unfortunately, there aren't opportunities for that aside from this stretch of highway, which is why it's so important that we look at this, and as we look to all the different things that are being considered between here and Aspen Village, we really need to have this as a part of the conversation. This is another quote and a video that a supporter sent us. We have many photos that EcoFlight has taken of the tracks and the snow of the animals crossing at this location, but we also have had a few videos of complete standstill traffic, and this is their spot. Like the elk love to use this location, so it was part of the consideration when developing the recommendations. This is another, just ask for us to consider other places in the valley, and we are commencing on our mitigation plans for other locations in the valley in the next month. So we will be looking at other places in the valley, but again, this is the most, this is the longest stretch of land where we can truly create wildlife corridors left in the valley. So for today, our funding request, which would be for 2026, is $350,000. And we welcome questions and any feedback that you guys have.
All right, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Sorry, I didn't want to jump in before you were finished. Okay, so let's go around and we'll have our boards ask maybe some informational questions for any clarification that we need from the presentation, and then I want to go to our staff to maybe tee up some of the discussion questions for us, because I think there's additional information from staff that we should consider before we launch into discussion among the two boards. And generally, as we all know, but I'll just remind everyone else that the BOCC generally looks for a recommendation from the Open Space and Trails Board on funding decisions and others, and then we take that into account in our decision making as well. And so Amy, I'll have you go and check in with your board on any questions or clarifications about the presentation and information, and then we'll figure out some discussion.
Michael? Michael, go ahead. You're just very big on the screen, Michael.
Really? Geez, it's kind of
Sorry, hold on.
frightening.
We're not hearing you just yet, which I think is on our end. Can you try again?
1, 2, 3. This is
Oh,
testing.
hang on. We got to turn up the volume here in the room. Try
1, 2,
again.
3. This is the volume.
Okay, it's a volume
There you
issue. I think. Go ahead, please.
This is quick. Recently, I came across I guess I might call it a preliminary plan for parking lot expansion at Brush Creek. And the north end of that expansion seemed to be, I say seemed to be because I couldn't see it definitively, it was a very rough sketch, seemed to be where the Brush Creek wildlife overpass is meant to land. And I just want to make sure that we don't, because we're different groups heading in different directions, that we don't preclude that overpass location with other planning that's related only to transportation of humans.
All right, thanks, Michael. And I do know, I think our county manager wanted to touch on a little bit before we launch into discussion, some things to think about with the Brush Creek parcel as well. So if I can parking lot that, if that's okay. All right, Amy, go ahead.
Yeah. Mayor Graham? Wayne?
Just one question. Because there's 2 crossing points in this phase 1, and they both kind of serve the same general location. In other words, they're one on each side of Sky Mountain Park, so it's the same elk herd in the way I'm seeing it. I'm just wondering if you implement one and kind of phase it, and that works, maybe you don't need the second one. Is there thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a really good question. There's a few considerations that went into that, and some of that the elk movement map that I flashed up on the screen. You're right. The animals do go kind of from down Owl Creek and on either side of Shell Bluffs, and so yes, the same larger herd, but there are some distinct movement patterns within that herd and those herd movements. And so one of the considerations that we look at when we're, developing a plan, a strategy for wildlife mitigation is, how many structures do we need in a given distance? Because if you just fence and you don't have any connectivity points, any safe passages, then you're creating a barrier, and that usually creates a new problem somewhere else. And so I think that was, a major consideration there as well, is if we don't provide, if we only have one location or the other, what happens at that other end and around that fence end, and how long is that barrier? And so that was why we recommend the 2 structures in that segment.
Okay. It seems to me that the elk may learn where the crossing, say the overpass was the one that was built, and that's a preferred crossing. It seems like the elk will learn over time that that's the way to get across to the river or the other side, rather than
Well, they do.
doing it.
Yeah, no, and we count on that learning, absolutely. But there's a distance where, where it's like, hey, I'm going this way, and there's no way for me to go across except they find the fence end, and then that becomes a new crossing point. So we really want to prevent any kind of fence end around movements, and that's, if we always look at where the wildlife vehicle collision hotspots are, and the best way to manage that entire hotspot and also provide the connectivity for the animals is to really make sure that that project and the fencing and the structures encompasses a little bit longer than your hotspot. Otherwise, you're not fully addressing it, and you're going to have a problem wherever you end that fence. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's it is. There's a lot of nuance and it is a little complicated there.
Another piece to add to that is that there when you were looking at where another location could have been, it might have been at Cozy Point, and Cozy Point has a huge amount of human conflict, and so we are in fact trying to not fence them completely out of Cozy Point, but I think we will be looking really closely at how we can get the elk out of the places of the most human and human-related activities that are at Cozy Point. And that being said, they're already, huge elk herds are sitting right over at the end of the runway, and then they're also crossing at between Shell Bluffs and the Brush Creek. That being said, they probably would choose, if they were telling us to have another one at Cozy Point, and that's just not a good idea because it's better to get them out of the human conflict area there.
Yeah, thanks.
Graham, do you have any?
Not right now. Later I will.
Okay.
Any questions?
Do you have any? Or I'll go to my board.
No, I think Wayne's question was my question, so I would say, yeah, let's go to your board and see
Okay,
how.
let's go to
how
the
we roll.
BOCC,
Thanks.
and again, we'll get into discussion shortly after. Yeah, Patty and then Greg, and I'll just keep going
My
around the horn.
questions are very broad, not specific to the, do you want me to wait till after staff?
I think so, because I think we'll hear some additional information from staff to help tee up the discussion.
Thank
Greg, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understood. Would these be done concurrently then? Is that the plan? Or would you do one before the other? Wayne asked an interesting question there. If you had to choose to do one first, which would it be? And how quickly would the second one follow? I think that's a valid question.
Sure. It's like asking to choose between my dogs, not
Right.
fair. So, I mean, ideally, we would be able to raise the funds, and also there's an efficiency, both from a design and a construction standpoint, of doing it all at once. Then a huge cost saving, less traffic disruption, all of those things. So our preference is definitely to do everything at once. You know, I'm not going to fully answer that question, because one of the reasons we want to do that feasibility study is to understand
That's what we're in
those, you know, kind of that nuance of like, okay, which one has they both have different complications. Nothing is easy in this landscape, I'll tell you that much. And so, you know, we really need to weigh that out, and that's why that feasibility study is going to really suss out, okay, if we can't do both of them, that also then impacts that phase 2 vision, like I was mentioning earlier, and goes back to your question of like, you know, okay, how long of a fence barrier is too long, but then where can we actually do this, and where do we have all the right components, both on the landscape and, you know, geologically and from a wildlife standpoint, that this is, you know, going to work in the way that it is intended.
Right, great, thank you. Can I
Yeah.
follow up? The follow-up is just cost-wise. So often this board is requested for money, and this is an open space decision that they'll bring to us, or proposal they'll bring to us. It's always valuable for us to know what other money is out there, who else is already in the game, are we the only one? What can you tell us? You know, briefly, just about the level of funding, because public support's one thing,
Sure.
financial support's another, and it's
Yeah.
really important to me.
Absolutely. So I actually see the near-term projects as, first, that would be an obvious thing where we would go to CDOT. That being said, CDOT is not in a good place right now. So it may not be something where we're able to go to CDOT. I see the near-term improvements as a community effort, and I will be absolutely going to each municipality to ask for a chip in to get us to that $500,000, $750,000 point. I also think that's a place where we can do private fundraising. But that being said, again, I think that is, and we've had some very preliminary conversations with the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space. Their land is obviously at Cozy Point, and so I think that needs to be a community effort. It's a community safety issue, and the dollar figure for that is really not that high, given that it could pretty dramatically improve safety. For the larger structures, we have at this point some very already engaged donors, and we also have some potential partnerships with large donors who have done this elsewhere. We are, I think, they're very interested in helping out in this process. I believe the appropriate time to be going to them for larger construction dollars is after we've done the feasibility study. And at that point, I think that they will become major participants in this. And I think that's really what we need to rely on, especially in this environment where we don't know what's going to be happening on a federal level. The Wildlife Crossings pilot program, which was the $350 million allocated to this, may or may not be reallocated. Yeah, so we don't know. So I think at this point, we do need to rely really heavily on the already engaged donors, but I think it's appropriate to wait until we have figured out exactly there are a lot of different players in each of these locations, including the county, the airport, private landowners, different user groups. I think it's appropriate to do the groundwork for this before we go to the private donors. And I think that will really give us a tool to go and fundraise.
Can I just want to press you a little bit more, because
yeah,
I
yeah.
know
Yeah.
you've done fundraising, and I just want to get a sense of how successful it has been for fundraising for Safe Passages, efforts to this point.
Sure. So at this point, we have been able to fundraise in order to support my salary, which has been wonderful over the last year and a half. We also, just rough figures, we're able to now bring on our second person. I think that's actually where we'll stop. We're not going to be going any further and making it a bigger organization than that. But so we have been getting, between $100,000 and $300,000 annually from these larger donors, and so I feel. And then we've had a lot of smaller donors as well. We've had lots of people in the $500,000 to $2,000 donor figures. Yeah. Is that like what you were asking?
Helps.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a
We've
sense that
received.
there's public support.
Yeah. We've received a few checks of $100,000. We've received a few of $50,000. So these people are very supportive of the work. I believe for the larger figures, we need to know what is going to be okay with all the different stakeholders before we go out and say, hey, we would like to have the funding for construction of this. I don't believe it's the right time to be asking for a larger dollar figure from those donors at this time. Yeah.
Thanks.
Jeffrey and then Francis and then me.
So you might not have an answer to this, but at the same time that we're meeting, the Transportation Committee is meeting at the state. And so I'm just looking for your insight. We've really focused on the bottom up. On the top down side, the governor last year vetoed the bill that was brought forward, which was the vulnerable user road protection that this board supported. And I'm concerned that, are you seeing any movement at the state level? You identified that CDOT wouldn't be a likely funder. We've received all of $3 million for 2 intersections, and now you're coming back saying we need $25 million. So my overall question is, are we seeing any legislation at the 25-26, moving forward through the legislation, through the Transportation Committee, potentially bringing back that vulnerable user road protection, and any appetite from the current government in terms of fees or exaction that potentially help the overall cause in terms of funding?
No, that's a great question. And we all know it's a tough budget time for many of us, for the state.
I tried to be the optimist in everything I shared. Yeah.
There will be another bill that is brought forth in the next session, and so I think there was a lot learned from the bill that went through last year in terms of bringing some of these various interests together under one umbrella and a fee approach. We do have we showed that slide at the end of the passage of the SB 151 and the establishment of the Safe Passages Fund, and that was a huge milestone. We do want to see collectively, and that includes the Colorado Wildlife and Transportation Alliance, which is chaired by CDOT and CPW, that fund is made permanent. And so that fee structure was a way of getting that. And obviously there's, the taper constraints and other things like that that are difficult to navigate in Colorado. So there will be, I think there were a lot of good lessons learned through that last process. I'm going to admit I am not the policy person. I try to support them, but there will be new legislation, and I think folks are very optimistic. Even with the challenges from a financial standpoint, there is so much support for this issue at a statewide level. The Colorado College does those annual surveys more broadly, but including wildlife crossings, and it's 85% support across the state. This isn't a bipartisan issue. There's broad support. So it takes time. It takes a few attempts, but I'm pretty optimistic about that.
Yeah, my concern really in the question is the fiscal statement and how we're going to get around how we allocated funds through the bill in 2025. So
Yeah,
I
and
was
I'm
hoping to
sorry,
come up
I'm not
with
in the
a-
position to to talk about the nuance of, what's going to come out in the next bill, just because I'm not as intimately involved with that.
Thank you.
So, sorry, I can't fully answer that question.
Thank you.
I have 3 questions. You said there aren't any places in the Crystal. I've had some questions from Crystal Valley residents. Most of these questions come from that. There is a place where there is a large elk herd and there is conservation land on both sides, and that's Bill Fales and Flying Dog.
No, sorry. If I said that, if what I meant to say was it's the only other location where we can do this, not where we can't. So
I'm
so
sorry,
it's
what? I didn't understand that.
there's 2 locations in the valley where we can put into place permanent wildlife corridors through protections, wildlife crossings, and fencing, and the Crystal River Valley is the other one.
Right, but then there was a mention
In
that the
Emma,
only
yeah.
place where we could have conservation easements on both sides was in the places that you've chosen. But the Flying Dog and the Bill Fales properties both have conservation easements and a large elk herd.
We recognize that. We just haven't done the mitigation plan for that section yet.
And
But
so
it'll be
people want to
next.
know why. Why is the Upper Valley the chosen spot? That's the question from other people in my
Oh, why
valley.
was it the first one that we
Yeah,
did?
why? It seems like it's always the Upper Valley.
Totally. And I think that in that case, unfortunately, the safety issue between the two, you're right. They are apples to apples on the ability to, and actually arguably that section it might be better because there's more ability to protect land. Up here we're going to have to, if we move to do phase 2, there's a lot of land that's not protected
Yeah,
yet.
and
or
there's
it's
also
private.
sustainable and county land a little further up the valley that both have
Right.
conservation easements.
Right.
So.
No, it's more of a safety issue here, and that's why. So they're both like equally eligible, but these speeds and the number of cars and the number of accidents that are happening in this part of the valley are just far worse than what's happening on Highway 133 right now.
All right, I'll pass that on. And then somebody asked, there's a lot of talk about how many elk and deer are killed and the occasional coyote and bear and everything, but there's no reporting of the percent of the herds that are killed. And there was some concern that that sounds like a lot of deer, but when you're given that there are 500,000 deer in the White River, maybe it's not so many. So do you have any information on that so I could pass on?
Yeah, I mean, I can say broadly, across.
Let me say that this is not actually a question for you guys. It was more about Ben Goldfarb's crossings that he didn't mention the percent, but it
Yeah.
is linked.
Yeah,
So.
it is, and it's a good question too. I mean, and CPW 10 years ago had their West Slope mule deer strategy because mule deer populations across the western slope are declining. And one of the causes of that, by no means the only one, is mortality on our roadways. That was identified specifically in that mule deer strategy and was the impetus for the Western Slope Wildlife Prioritization Study that CDOT and CPW conducted. And we're seeing that both in our elk herds in Pickens County, in Eagle County, that there's a lot of impacts to the elk herds. And so, it's not just road mortality, it's also recreation, it's also development. It's really death by 1,000 cuts, honestly. Right. And so this is one piece of the puzzle. By no means do we say that this is the only thing, but if we want to maintain these populations and, have healthy populations for wildlife viewers, for hunting, for our local economies, we need to address it in all these different ways.
Well, I agree with you, but we don't have a percent number.
The one thing I can tell you on the West Slope wide basis is that CPW, from their collared mule deer, they calculated that 2% of all collared mule deer does were killed in wildlife vehicle collisions, and that is actually more than the annual hunter harvest.
Okay. And then my last question is, I didn't really understand why Cozy Point wasn't a reasonable place, because it seems to me the more we try to help the elk migrate away from the airport, the better it is. And it's pretty wide open there, and that's where I see the most elk, is right across from Cozy Point when I'm commuting. So I didn't really understand the human impact. It's a hayfield. I mean, sometimes it's a parking lot, it's true, but it's mostly a hayfield.
Yeah.
So where is the big human interaction that precludes that location? I didn't really get that.
Yeah, there's a couple things going on there. I mean, I would venture historically that Brush Creek was the movement corridor, but now we have so much going on at Brush Creek. Some of those animals have been diverted north to Cozy Point. And so, yes, you are correct. There's a number of people, and you see it in the data. There are plenty of elk that are crossing in that area. We did evaluate a potential wildlife crossing structure there, and that was one that we eliminated, and for multiple reasons. I think to get to directly to your point about the human conflict, the folks that lease Cozy Point, they have various things that they do there. I mean, there's the horses, so they actually don't want the elk going there. They are going there, but they would rather they didn't. It conflicts both with the horses, with the kids and who come and use the horses. They're concerned about their safety. It conflicts with some of the gardening and the farming activities. So they actually prefer to have this moved away. There were also structural considerations of why that wasn't a preferred location, as well as there's also a private property right there. But
Not
from
to
a
mention
road,
the buses.
but from a road perspective, because of the some of the interchange improvements at Smith Hill Road and what's going on there, it actually made it a more difficult structure and a longer structure over the roadway. It's flat on either side, so you can only go do an overpass there. But it was complicated by some of those, lanes, and then making sure that an overpass didn't obscure some of the lanes. This is out of my wheelhouse, if you can tell.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. Okay, they're so close together, it just seems.
Well, that's why we wanted, it was one or the other, and we determined that Brush Creek was the better fit. And so in either case, if both were equally feasible, you'd be picking one and then diverting a portion of the herd to the other location. I believe we're diverting the herd back to its historical migration movement.
Well, that's cool.
and
It's a
I
hard
don't-
place to divert them, though, because of the huge parking lot there. You have to go
Yeah,
below
around
that,
the
I'm
south
assuming.
side.
Yeah.
And then down into the valley.
Yeah, and Francie, we're near completion of a video that will take you through the elk migratory pattern, and I don't think we can get them away from the airport. I think we want to keep them off the runway.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when you look from a bird's eye view, and I apologize that we don't have this, it's incredible. As they go underneath the highway at the end of the runway, they basically end up on the Moore property. So it's a lot of again, that's investment after good investment. Like that is connecting pieces of land that have been historically preserved, and maybe we should look at further preservation. But I don't think. It seems odd. It's very loud right there, but that is where the elk are hanging, and it is really protected. No one's going to build at the end of the runway.
That was really helpful, Cecily.
Yeah.
Okay, great. As I've foreshadowed, a little ambitious for an hour. I'm gonna let us run over a little bit past 1 o'clock so we can at least start our discussion. I'd like to ask maybe Gary, John, Rye, if there are questions for us to be thinking about as we launch into our discussions of the requests here today. And then I'll propose for us, maybe we'll just go back and forth. We'll do a BOCC and then an open space so that we can at least get feedback from all the boards without one kind of occupying the whole conversation.
My questions are specific to staff.
Yeah. So, and I think it'd be good for Ryan and I to probably tag team this one, but I think
I got it in the space over here.
yeah, I think Gary, teed it up right at the beginning, which is, how this project is defined really matters. So as you're considering the funding requests going forward, to the degree that it's considered a transportation project, I know Rise put some thought into this. Open space dollars may not qualify for this request, so it may need to be a general fund request in that regard. To the degree that it's considered an open space or wildlife kind of project, we have covenants on the property that we just took from CDOT that require it to be used for transit purposes and such. So there would be, a rescission clause and some negotiation that would have to happen there. But I know, Rye, you've put some thought into this, so I was just teeing it up while you got a microphone.
It's dangerous to give me a microphone.
Are you on? Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe it would help. Do you want to ask your
Yeah,
question?
I'm going to ask my
so that I
question
can,
since they're specific,
you
if
know.
that's okay. Yeah, my question was, is it legal to use open space and trails money for projects such as this that really is geared to safety on the highway? And the other one is use of open space. We have covenants, management plans, et cetera, when we purchase open space, which Cozy Point South, the one directly across, has been purchased that way. Does it allow for a structure such as this, the bridge thing? I'm not sure. We'd have to go back to the voters, so I want some clarification on that. So for now, and I also have the Brush Creek Park and Ride, but you've already addressed that because we're in the process of finalizing our purchase. We're done. We are done with our purchase, so it's final. And part of that may not allow the use for an overhead. Yeah, so those are my questions. Number one, can we use open space and trails money legally for this kind of project? And any impacts to our county open space, and how would that be addressed?
That's it.
For now.
She's being expeditious with
I
our
do
few
not
minutes.
have an
Thank you.
answer regarding what you just referred to as Cozy Point South. I don't have in front of me whatever restrictions are on that property. But between Gary and I, I'm sure we can bring that back, or maybe Gary has that.
Well, the reality is most of the construction would be in the CDOT right away. And so the goal is to keep it off of Cozy Point South, because it is potentially, an issue with conversion, because Cozy Point South purchased also with GOCO funds. So there are some restrictions, but in this feasibility, the goal is to try to keep it off of Cozy Point South. If it's not feasible, then we got to work on what are the restrictions on it, because, the hardest part about this is, is it a wildlife or transportation project? And so, the reality is it's some of both, and that's why there's going to be, there's going to be some gray area on that. And so, that's for Cozy Point South. That's the issue. There are some big covenants on Cozy Point South because it was purchased with GOCO and because it's got a conservation easement on it, and it was purchased with the open space funds.
And the other underpass at the end of the runway, are there issues with airport lands and the use of those? Is that appropriate? Because we have very strict restrictions by FAA on how we can use land purchased by the FAA for our runway, and safety issues. And on the other side of Highway 82, the riverside, isn't that open space there, Gary?
Yes.
So is that going to be impacted by the underpass improvement of, the
Most of the
passage?
impact on that one, that's a part of the Roaring Fork Gorge, and it's Airport Ranch open space. Most of that impact is all on the CDOT right away. I'm almost positive.
Going under?
Yeah, because right now, that box culvert was put in, at the time was probably thought was just fine for wildlife. It's obviously not, but that all that construction work would be on thing, because it would happen from the highway.
That's the underground one?
Sorry, Francie.
Yeah, that's the
we're
that's the
gonna jump in.
underpass.
We gotta-
Thank you. I'm going to have a lot more issues, but those are the priority, because if we can't use open space and money, open space and trails funds for this, that kind of negates this conversation. Go back to general fund, and we're being stretched thin in our general fund these days.
All right, let me go to Amy to call on your board for discussion, and we'll go back and forth.
Do you guys have any issues? I was gonna.
Well,
Thank you.
it's obviously a big problem, and I admire you for trying to tackle it. But yeah, everybody comes up with the same thing. The big questions are the money, 30 million, 50 million, things like that. you know, our open space budget, even if we could overcome some of these limitations, you know, isn't going to be able to do that. And so I think partnerships are really important. And for instance, to drill down to what the ask is today, I don't know as I'm ready to sort of make a recommendation. And maybe what our board, I think we need more discussion on our board. I think one option we might look at, and we've had success with this before, is to have a challenge grant where we had very successfully challenged the down at Mount Sopris Nordic Council. And we said we would put up a certain amount of money and if they could match it, because we wanted to see that there was broad-based support, not just public comments, but money on the table. And they raised the money and they got their matching grant and it worked out really well. But I'm concerned about the money and about the impacts to the open space program. So I'd be willing, more willing to take a look at the initial, I can't remember what you called it, the initial steps, the fencing and trying to do some of that and fund some of that. But it's a lot of money for us, and there are these issues that have been brought up today.
Okay, thanks, Graham. Yep.
Clarification. Graham, are
Well,
you talking? Oh.
This is our turn. So
Oh, is
go
it our
ahead
turn?
if you have some
Oh,
discussion.
I just wanted to make sure you're talking about the feasibility study funding, or you're talking about funding the entire thing?
I don't know, maybe I'm a little confused. I thought what we were looking at was some funding for the fencing step and some for the design of the overpasses and things like that. So I'm thinking more about that first step, about the fencing, and sort of more apt to look at funding that at this point. But again, a challenge grant may be something we might want to consider.
Okay. Greg, other discussion you want to bring up?
Just the points I wanted to make, observations. I've driven on the Highway 9 above Frisco, north of Frisco, and seen the wildlife overpasses there. A couple weeks ago, I was in Banff National Park, and I saw the ubiquitous high overpasses on the highway there, crossing, I don't know, every few miles. And what I thought about afterward, one, they're beautiful. What I thought about afterwards, that I didn't see any roadkill. There is no roadkill on those highways. They've solved a problem. And I just wanted to say, I've come to the conclusion it's kind of like seat belts. Before people use seat belts, you know, about 56% of deaths on the highway are caused by people who don't use seat belts. It's the same number, I think, you've stated for collisions on the highway are due to wildlife crossings. I'm conflating those somehow. Just that we could solve a problem we have with this solution. And yes, it's a daunting solution, but you know, any change is always hard to come by. But I'm optimistic that it's doable. Just yesterday, I saw, and I shared this with my board. You'll get it probably tomorrow. Julie McCluskey, our representative and speaker, joined 30 other state lawmakers, states, and 30 other states to urge transit planning and reducing wildlife collisions funding goes forward. And they estimate that there are 26,000 injuries per year due to collisions around the country at a cost of $10 billion annually, and that they can reduce the collisions up to 97%. So they're taking an aggressive political stance to try to bring US DOT back in with supporting crossings. And it shows how hard our own state legislature is working for this. So I'm pretty bullish on it. And I wanted to just tell Graham, one thing I do know is your fundraising for this in the community has been very successful so far. And we're not the only ones supporting it. So the challenge is already out there, and I think people are stepping up. I just wanted to say that so it's clear. But I think we need to fund the feasibility study before they can even make an ask for big bucks to do the project. So
Yeah, Graham, I just want to really quickly touch on that. We wouldn't expect, and nor could, open space fund the structures. My concern at this point is that the feasibility really needs to be a bit more in the public domain. And this group here isn't even the only group that's in the public use that needs to be considered. I mean, it's CPW, it's CDOT, and we need to figure out with this feasibility study if these are the two right structures, if they're in the right place, and if it's possible to build them. Once that is like a green light, and it will be the same for all of them, whether it's on the Crystal or whether it's phase 2. Once those are green lights, we go to fundraising. And it's not that there couldn't be additional asks at that point of this group, but I do not see it as a majority funded or even close to a majority funded by Pickens County Open Space. I think that is the time when we go to the community and say, okay, we are going to build these and we are asking for the community to step up and help us build them. And maybe we also will see money from the federal government at that point, which would really change the game. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to your board. Yeah, Wayne, do you have any comments or questions?
I guess I agree that the feasibility study, that makes total sense to be public funded. And I think I'd be willing to use our fund if it's legal. Which that's a question I don't have an answer to right now. So, and as far as the construction, I don't think our fund is the appropriate thing for that. I think our fund is way better suited to acquiring protections on the land on either side of the highway than it is to be used for constructing an overpass or underpass. So that's where I'm at. I think the feasibility funding is a legitimate request if it's something that's within our charter to allow us to do.
Sorry, Patty, I'm going to keep, not everybody's had a chance yet. We still have half the board
It's just
to
a
go.
clarification of.
So I want to try and wrap us up here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to go to our board. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'll be 30 seconds or less. So I believe any use of the open space and trails.
Red light.
That's it. I believe any use of the open space and trails fund likely is in conflict with stewardship policy number 13. Stewardship policy number 13 is for the protection of natural biodiversity and management of human use. So I don't think it's appropriate to use open space and trails funds to fund PowerPoint. I would support bringing back in 25-26 the vulnerable user road protection at the state level. This is a state highway, and that would be the applicable place or the appropriate place to fund further PowerPoints and studies. I'll just finish with, I don't think it's consistent with the policies and objectives of the Open Space and Trails Board. So, thank you.
You want to go to Michael?
Yeah, Michael?
Two things. One is I didn't hear the answer to my original question. Maybe I missed it. But is there a conflict between the expanding Brush Creek parking lot, or apparently expanding Brush Creek parking lot, and the landing point for the Brush Creek Wildlife Overpass? So that's one question. And the other one is, gee, we could put this question on the ballot, expanding the purview of open space and trails.
Thank you. All right, we'll let John answer your first question. Your second one, I think, was more of a statement.
Yeah, I think the short answer is we didn't answer it because we don't know yet. We have grants to be studying future transit uses in addition to what's already there. I think, Michael, there's been some uses that like staging and that sort of thing that may come into conflict there. But We have planning that we'll be doing, for example, with the build grant that we were recently awarded that would probably more accurately answer those questions.
So can we make sure that this opportunity for a wildlife crossing at Brush Creek is part of the EOTC conversation?
Well, that's going to be up to the policymakers, and we'd also need to have that conversation with CDOT on the conditions on the property as it was transferred. But at the policy direction of the boards, we can have those conversations.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's a conversation, that there is a discussion about the pros and cons of each option.
Thank you.
And I would ask the BOCC to suggest that, assert that.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick comment.
Yep, please.
Are you finished with yours?
And then Amy and I will wrap up and then figure out if we have directions.
I kind of feel the same way as Jeffrey. I don't have the policy numbers or whatever to support it, but I do feel that infrastructure and buildings in general and concrete and stuff is not my favorite use of open space and trails funds. So I would rather we fund it. I would like to support the ongoing efforts to make this happen, but I would like to see it funded not by OST.
Can I add on to that really quickly? You said you've got people who've been donating like $500,000 or $100,000. You said that.
Not 500, but
You said 500,000.
She meant 500.
I didn't.
I think it was 500.
Well, I would like to see if the feasibility study cannot be funded with monies you've already received, rather than coming to the county to be the only partner in funding a feasibility study, if it's legal for us to use open space and trails monies in any way, shape, or form related to this project. I understand a feasibility study would be needed, but if we can't use it for this type of project, we shouldn't be able to use it for a feasibility study for this project. So that's my concern. I just don't want to go astray or afoul of what the public entrusted in the Board of County Commissioners when we put the ballot question on for open space and trails and mill levy.
Thanks, Patty. Amy?
Yeah, I think that's just a question to Rye, that he didn't have the chance perhaps to answer previously, and if you even have a definitive answer, or at least a
I think
direction, perhaps.
we need more, to be honest, with all the different components of this, between airport property, between Brush Creek property, and Cozy Point and everything else. It is a very convoluted. It's not an easy yes or no. So I didn't want to put Rye on the, unless he really wanted to answer it, but I was trying to help Rye to go, this is not an easy.
I put him on the spot.
I know, this is not an easy
My
yes or
answer
no.
will take more than 3 minutes, I can guarantee that.
Right, you got to look through all the documents and of Brush Creek and airport and stuff. So
So that's what I might suggest to try and wrap us up. The BOCC does not have a clear recommendation from OST to answer the funding request today for either the $75,000, I think is what was requested for the fencing portion, or the $275,000 for the feasibility portion at this point. What I think I've heard, I think there's a feasibility study that has to happen on this side of the table before we can answer the request for the feasibility study that you're setting out to do. And the questions that I've heard unanswered are, one, whether the fund is allowable, whether Brush Creek also is allowable for expanded uses. We have that broader question, not just for this, but for other things we might envision to do at Brush Creek as well. And therefore, some accommodation for how this use might implicate future planning for that. Michael, I'm happy to raise that question at EOTC when we further discuss the plan for that property. Similarly, we have some need to understand the feasibility of the Cozy Point South based on our covenants and conservation easements, and then any questions we might have of CDOT for use of their right-of-way, and further, same for the airport. What are restrictions that may be implicated on our side? What are there restrictions that may be implicated on either state Department of Transportation or FAA for the airport? Are there other feasibility questions relative to the rules, allowances, funding, permissions from this side that we might direct staff to investigate before we can further respond to the request from Roaring Fork Safe Passages?
And one of the things was, and I flagged it to Cecily, is we really need to figure out if we can spend open space funding on the near-term mitigation pieces, because it's not an open space property or project. It's a fence in the right-of-way, and can that be used? Rye was pretty clear that it probably cannot. But could planning funds be used? Maybe we could be where Wayne was at, was we could potentially be a planning funder and not a construction funder. Yeah. And so those are the pieces of the puzzle that...
Detailed questions about how the funding could
Right, well, because once you construct something on a piece of ground, then it gets into the conversion clause and all that, or using the fund outside of it. But if you're planning things, like we've used our fund to help fund this study, and you're planning stuff, and it's bigger than just a specific project. So on that piece, I think Rye can weigh in. So what I would recommend is that we bring this back to the Open Space Board and get a full recommendation to the BOCC, and then the BOCC will make a final decision on what to fund and not. And all these answers will be provided to the Open Space Board and then to the BOCC. Does that work for Ryan and John?
Is there direction from both the majority of both boards for that staff time?
I think we need to have that clarification. I mean, we can't move forward otherwise, because I think that's...
Well, and the goal is to get the Open Space Board to make a recommendation to the BOCC based on all the information that we have. But the goal of today was really to get you guys to see the report, start to think about the funding, and, then we can move forward. So...
I'm looking to my
Yeah,
board.
because bottom line is if we can't use the money to fund this, we can't fund it.
You might be able to use it for the planning piece, but...
I'm talking the feasibility study and all that.
Right.
And it sounds like there's things that may not concern whether the airport property can be used is not totally squarely within the open space concern. So I just want to make sure my board is okay with directing staff to investigate those pieces that we play into this. Okay. We've got some direction. This was a big thing. And thank you all for all your work that you're doing on all of this.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys for having us.
Okay.
You did it pretty well, Kelly. You only did it an hour and 14 minutes. That's pretty good.
I like to be ambitious. Okay.
You did it.
And I just want to check in as we transition to the next item on North Star. Does the Open Space Board have some flexibility to go past two? If we, no?
I don't.
Okay, that's helpful.
Or maybe 5-10 minutes, but
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
I don't, that's all we only have
that's
a
okay.
short break
So-
anyway, but I just want
You don't
to
need me.
check in and.
So Kelly, we
Always
can...
need you.
Okay.
Kelly, to answer that, this next piece is, this next presentation is something that we already presented to the East Aspen Caucus. There's no public comment,
Yes.
and really, truly, you're going to get the management plan.
Hi,
So-
I'm hearing it.
I think we can get through this in
Okay,
less than
sorry
an
to
hour.
esse into your time.
They have
We
it
did
down.
start a
Jesse
little
can
late, so I
talk really
apologize,
fast.
but if we can get finish up by
You
2:05
over-delivered
at the latest, I think that would be great. Yeah.
I'm gonna run it. I've heard it at the East of Aspen.
Yeah,
You can go.
Cut out a lot of slides, don't worry.
Okay, and I might propose we sort of similarly structure the conversation, if that works for you all, how lengthy is your presentation?
It's mostly presentation, and then we can do a short discussion.
Okay, so why don't we look to you to maybe take some stopping points for us to ask questions instead of doing a 45-minute presentation and holding them all till the end? Does that work?
That sounds good.
At points that make sense, you know.
Okay. Well,
Sorry, Graham, did you have a question about something?
Graham, do you have a question?
No, oh, okay, I wasn't sure if I saw your hand go up. All right, thank you. Thank you, Open
All right.
Space team.
Yeah, thank you all. So I'm Jessie Young, the Planning and Outreach Manager for Open Space and Trails. And we really wanted to come to you today in anticipation of the draft management plan update for the North Star Nature Preserve, kind of take a step back and provide both boards with some of the background and adaptive management strategies that have taken place at the preserve over time. This was the county's first open space acquisition that preceded the department even formation. So there's quite a bit that's been happening on this property throughout time. As far as management plan updates, this is part of how we adaptively manage our open space properties, and it provides a formalized way for us to check in and adapt management strategies to respond to the current needs. And so for the North Star property in particular, we are charged to do this every 5 years per the conservation easement. But this kind of 2025 management plan has been an opportunity to kind of really step back and make sure that we're setting the stage for kind of more long-term planning and more longer-term vision than that 5-year window that we'll continue to check in at that cadence. But the current process really started last winter with organizing a working group and reconvening that structure that had preceded this planning effort back when the 2015 plan was created and even before that, to kind of pull them together, pull together the existing conditions data and the ecological resort reports over the winter. The first working group meeting met in April and again in July, and then that July meeting where we kind of presented a lot of the information that we'll present today felt really valuable and important, and it's a lot to cover. So we were like, we should go to the BOCC and OSTB because you guys are the ultimate decision makers and make sure that you have that same shared background. So that's kind of the purpose of today. And then kind of we'll be working through the draft plan with that working group and presenting that to you in December for more conversation, and that'll be the bulk of the conversation. This is really just background. So as far as who is involved, North Star is definitely one of our more complex management properties. We have our open space and trails, and all of the divisions within our department are involved in managing North Star. It's also heavily dependent on our partners, particularly the U.S. Forest Service. That Aspen Cypress Ranger District has been a huge partner throughout. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there's a lot of nonprofits. And then the consultants. We've got everybody from hydrologists to ecologists to aquatic insect biologists. Like, we're getting the best information from all of these people that we don't have on staff to help inform our management strategies over time. The newer ones that you'll see on this list is DJNA and Dr. Chris Montz, who are kind of recreation ecologists and have helped us work through some of that visitor use data collection and information. Kind of taking a little step back through time, we kind of like to remind people that, well, the word pristine is often kind of thrown out and used liberally with North Star. This landscape, when we acquired it, was not pristine. It's seen the presence of humans and human alterations that go back to around the 1900s when beavers were trapped and there were no dams and they weren't doing the work that they're doing on the property now. The agricultural, I guess before the agricultural, there was the transbasin diversion around 1937 that pulled out 40% of the water that this area was accustomed to getting and took it over to Twin Lakes. So that's a huge alteration to the environment that kind of made it an altered system. The next thing was kind of 1950, North Star Ranch. The Smiths farmed this land and channelized the water, cleared the willows, and made it, suitable for haying and cattle operations. So a lot of the work that Liza will get into is kind of setting the path toward restoration, and that really started when the county acquired the property in 1978. And that was, I think, the biggest win that I think kind of thinking big picture and perspective wise, like that took this property and set it on this restoration path rather than what was anticipated as I think 350 homes for the property. So that would have been kind of the worst case scenario. So I think that there's been a lot of successes that we hope to highlight today for this land. As far as conservation values, this is key kind of in any property that we acquire as an open space department, and we kind of establish what those conservation values are at the outset, and these ones have been documented in the conservation easement held by AVLT, and they're generally pretty big picture in general. They're the natural, scenic, habitat, wildlife, recreational, and open space values, and we've kind of taken these through this process with the public survey and with our working group to kind of drill down into what does that actually look like on the landscape and mean at North Star. And so the list along the right side is kind of the conservation values that we're seeking to manage for. And those are the river system, the riparian zone and the wetlands, and the beaver management that takes place out there, the wildlife and habitats, biodiversity and ecosystem and integrity, and then the community elements of the open space. And so those kind of values also serve as the organizational framework and will help guide our future management strategies as we get into this planning update. Another key thing to kind of look back a little bit in time at is the establishment of management zones. So there's been 4 official management plans for the property, with the first being in 1989. And this establishment of zones really, at the time, set the river as the boundary between the protected wildlife sanctuary portion on the west side, which you see here in red, and the kind of public use areas of the preserve, which are between the river and the highway. And that was really, I think, really visionary at the time, and I think would still be considered a best, if we were to acquire this property today, this would be a best practice that we would seek to implement. And if further within that orange zone, public use is even further restricted to specific access corridors. So the area where the public does, have access to the preserve is really limited and controlled. So that's just something that I think is important to point out as we kind of set the stage for this. And I think the other thing that's important with this establishment of zones is when we're talking about the ecological function of North Star, it's really the whole black boundary, the red, the yellow, the orange, and the river corridor. The red, orange, and blue. And so the things that Liza's going to get into are really kind of covering all of that landscape. When we're talking more about the visitor use elements of the preserve that I'll cover a little bit later in the presentation, we're going all the way up to Wildwood, and really it's this multi-jurisdictional landscape that is limited to the river corridor and some of those specific access corridors. So I think with that, I'll hand it over to Liza, who will review some of the ecological.
Do quick.
Oh yeah, we can pause for questions. Sorry.
That's good. Great.
Thanks.
All right.
I appreciate the background.
Speak now,
It's
Trevor.
good.
We'll charge forward.
Yeah.
Great. So I think the public discourse about North Star often focuses on the users, on what we see from the road and the trail, the paddleboarders, the traffic, the neighbors, the trail use. But there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes on the ground in the natural resource world. So my goal today is to get you up to speed on that and what has happened and is happening in the field, so that next time we come to you with North Star, you have that as context. So knowledge is really essential for responsible management of the land. And we have completed 28 studies with consultant experts since 1981. We use that information to inform our management plans directly. And in between management plan updates, we use the results of those reports to inform adaptive management. If something needs to be done on the ground, it's in line with the management plan, we can respond in a more timely manner. So that's how those studies are used. 22 of them have been done since 2015. So that represents a pretty significant increase in the level and detail of study and investigation to North Star in the last 10 years. Within the past 5 years, that represents over $200,000 spent on ecological work here. About half of that is on monitoring, which is how we document changes in conditions on time to make sure that those conservation values are being maintained and to guide actions. The other half is spent on project implementation, so restoration and habitat improvement projects. I just want to note that's a significant investment already on a property that's 200 acres. You know, when we own over 10,000 acres, we just want to keep that in mind, like as we move forward into the planning process, that we do anticipate like there will probably be an increase in that as we adopt new actions and need to follow through on that. But it's just something to keep, just context to keep in the back of your mind. We also have access to a lot of formal scientific studies that were not contracted, so both the unpublished data and the external data bullet points there list a variety of information that we have access to, either just from our staff going out there and documenting that, and we'll go through some of those citizen science and staff level data that we collect, as well as external data like the WBI data, CNHP data, USGS, etc. So to the next slide, please. Thanks. In terms of this ecological data, we've also been, since 2018, developed standardized protocols. And this is really important so that we can, you know, this was all sort of adopted since 2018 forward using widely used methodologies for bird surveys, wildlife monitoring, hydrologic and vegetative surveys. So from when implementation of those forward, we can compare apples to apples and create useful long-term scientifically valid data sets. So that has been a big win too, and the integration of that is going to be very useful for making sure that these are all scientifically robust studies. So moving forward, I'm going to go ahead and share a lot of that information that we've gained through those studies, and then provide a summary on actions completed for each of those topics today. So I'll go through wildlife, birds, hydrology, etc. Starting with wildlife. So we have detailed quantitative data. We know that there are 25 wildlife species formally documented out there. We calculate diversity using the Shannon Diversity Index, and that has been statistically stable since 2014. We monitor habitat condition and utilization through terrestrial encounter visual surveys, so actually going out and how many detections of elk and deer and turkeys and bears do we see? Where are those detections occurring? That tells us, you know, for example, elk and mule deer use the property in all of the non-winter months and spend most of their time in the meadows and the aspen forest. So that's the kind of level of information that we get from these studies. This graph up here shows the wildlife activity periods in blue. So of no surprise if you know much about wildlife, they're crepuscular, so they're active in the dawn and the dusk. Those are the two peaks that you see. And then we have overlaid the visitor use day and peak visitor use time frame in yellow there, just as sort of an interesting insight that the time when people are there and the peak times of visitor use don't actually overlap with peak wildlife use. Go to the next slide. So these, there'll be several of these slides. You don't need to read them all, but what I've done is gone through every single report from the consultants and looked at the recommendations and put together a list of the ones and checked off the ones where recommendations we followed through on. I've also included actions that we've taken that weren't specific recommendations from the report, but were in response to conditions out there. So I'll highlight a couple of the big ones here is just conduct these wildlife surveys. Keep collecting that data. The open checkbox there is one we did not do. The recommendation is to conduct the survey every 3 years. Again, we own a lot of different properties, and there are decisions we have to make in allocating our resources, and so we've adopted to do that in an interval of every 5 to 7 years. So some of the recommendations we have to take into consideration the realities of what our resources are, and that's an example of one of them. Some of the other really impactful ones are that dawn to dusk closure. That gives animals time in their peak activity periods and for nocturnal animals to be, so they have a quiet time out there. We also monitor management indicator species. Those are specific species that give us insight into habitat condition. Think of it kind of like an umbrella or keystone species. Like if we, if the Lincoln sparrow is doing well, that tells us that the entire sagebrush shrublands habitat is probably doing pretty well and providing effective habitat for all the other species that depend on sagebrush. And then we've also done some on-the-ground activities like enhancing beaver habitat with willow plantings. We've planted hundreds of willows out there in the last 5 years. We've also done some long-term measurements like preventing overbrowsing by deer and elk through small exclosure pods. So we actually put up fences around some of the areas and let those trees get big enough so in the long run we have this age class diversity of trees out there. Next slide, please. Okay, on to the beavers. I've touched on these a little bit already, but they have been formally surveyed in 2018 and 2024 with some informal surveys in the interim in 21 and 23. Their presence, they're out there. Their population is increasing. We have learned that the picture on the bottom right is a bank lodge. And so there are more bank lodges at North Star than the traditional freestanding lodges that you might picture inside a pond or from a kid's storybook or whatnot. So we've learned some things like that. And then the picture on the top shows how they are impacting their environment, that the willows they chew float downstream, they land on the bank, and then they resprout. And that's actually, we can do a lot of willow plantings, but really having the beavers out here and spreading promoting the willow regeneration out there, we're seeing that happen, and it's pretty cool. The other picture is just some coyotes jumping across from a blown out dam onto the other side. I don't know if you can see that, but it's always fun to share some of our cool little pictures that we get. Recommendations and actions completed to date. Some of the big ones are just doing the surveys on a regular basis, avoiding disturbance of side channels where beavers are active. So most of those are in that red area that Jesse showed. So we were able to map a lot of the beaver activity zones and establish terrestrial buffers where we can. So even the James H. Smith Nature Loop, we've kept that area closed. That was originally closed for heron nesting because of the beaver activity out there. And we've also done beaver dam monitoring. As you saw from that picture, we've got some cameras up there to make sure that people are behaving appropriately. And we've gotten a lot of really cool wildlife pictures out there. Next slide. In terms of birds, same thing, species inventory and diversity. We have over 92 species of birds. 32 of those have special conservation status, which means a third of the bird species out there we're providing really critical habitat for because they are by some agency, whether it's the Forest Service or Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, they have like special conservation status. So that's kind of a fun statistic. We also have bird indicator species you'll see on the next slide. And then another interesting one is this human sensitive species ratios. That's a little bit of a nuanced statistic, but basically it's comparing how many bird species that are out there are really sensitive to humans versus those that are more human tolerant. So basically we have almost 4.5 bird species that are really sensitive to human presence for every one species that is human tolerant. Those human tolerant ones would be like a magpie or a robin that we see in urban areas, whereas we have fox sparrow and the western flycatcher are really sensitive. So that tells us that North Star is providing great habitat, and these bird species that might be really sensitive to humans and human activity are doing really well out there. So we'll continue to track that as well. These are the bird indicator species. We've been using these standard protocols for the birds long enough now that we can do statistical analyses. And you'll see here they're all stable or increasing except for the red-winged blackbird. Each of these bird species, again, they're indicator species for a habitat type. So the red-winged blackbird is indicating what is the habitat condition of emergent wetlands. Once we noticed this, we started to dig into the red-winged blackbird in particular. We've done a fen restoration study out there. We're hoping that the restoration of that will improve the emergent wetland condition. We've also learned that there are some challenges for the red-winged blackbirds that happen in their winter range down in Mexico. They flock up and are considered a pest, and so there's massive pest control that happens in Mexico in their winter range. And so sometimes what we see on the indicator species at North Star is beyond the scope of our 200-acre parcel. So again, we monitor animals, but that, population level trends in the animals present might or might not have anything to do with what's happening at North Star. The best thing we can do at North Star, and I hit on this often, is that we can create the best habitat conditions possible. We have control over the physical landscape, and the animals can come and go, and if we can provide a good home for them, it seems like we are in every other respect. So it's great to see that on the up and up. Things we've accomplished for these bird species: we've established the quiet zone. We've done some forage area enhancements for waterfowl and wading birds, continued to conduct the surveys. We've also done some nest tree protection, so again, fencing the bottoms of these big trees so that those are not taken down by the beavers. It's one of the dynamics of having lots of different species, but keeping some of those tall trees out there for those nesting bird species. Next. Hydrology. For water quality and aquatic life, we engage Roaring Fork Conservancy and CPW to help us monitor.
Might just jump in and see if there's questions on the biology aspect before.
Sure.
Anyone has any on the last few slides that we reviewed? Jeffrey?
No mention of ANS.
We're just getting to the water part.
Oh, cool.
Actually, that will be in the. You'll see that when we come back with the draft plan. Forward thinking. Historically, this is hydrology. It's going to take.
I do have one.
You do
I
have
was
one.
curious
Okay.
about if you could just talk a little bit more about the fen restoration.
Yeah, I'll talk about that here right now.
Okay,
actually,
great.
because
Okay.
we'll count that as a wetland.
All right, I see.
So
Michael
this
Kinsley
picture
still
on the bottom is a picture of. What's it?
Michael Kinsley's joined us
Oh, thank
online.
you.
I don't know if he's still there. I want to make sure he knows that I'm
He
looking,
was so big
looking for his
before.
hand up.
See his hand,
All right.
I thought you wouldn't want to look at me.
Hope you're
Your
feeling
paintings
better.
are beautiful, though.
But he's not. We think you are, Michael.
I'll concede the point that I'm ugly if you'll go with beauty and paintings.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. Thank you.
No worries. I'll just jump in on the fen wetland. The image on the bottom there shows on the very bottom part. Those were old ditches that were dug to drain the wetland back during the agricultural times, and we went in and basically plugged up that ditch. And then we've gone. You can see it in the darker green area. That's basically the saturation extent that we have effectively created by doing that restoration project. So we went. I mean, we have to get an Army Corps permit, and that involves some follow-up, pretty detailed analysis and monitoring of saturation extent and vegetation type cover to prove project success, and it's been quite successful. And so that's one of the ways that we are. It's a great sort of integrated project where we're increasing the hydrology, the groundwater recharge, as well as some of those like emergent wetlands and foraging habitat for great blue herons and waterfowl and whatnot. So that's the fen one. We also know, just in general, there's 50 acres. The fen, I think, is less than 6 acres. So there's, in addition to that, nearly 50 acres of wetlands in North Star, and most of that is in that red, close to the public zone. And so that provides a lot of water resources for the wildlife to access that exist besides the river itself, which is just again, this all happens in the red zone, so people don't know about it. So I'm hopefully here to give you a little picture of what's going on back there. We monitor macroinvertebrates and do water quality with Roaring Fork Conservancy and track that with the City of Aspen locations and Lincoln Creek working groups. We try to track up and downstream, and our hope is that North Star helps improve things water quality wise. Water quantity is an interesting one. USGS has a stream gauge that does that, but we have also modeled flooding. So we know at 200 CFS, we start to see the river move from the river channel there back into the fen wetland area. So at a certain water level, it's kind of a reverse flow. And we know at 500 CFS, we have massive overbanking flows. And so those are some good numbers for us to know. Like in an ideal world, we would see increased water quantity at North Star. We'd get some of that 40% that's taken over the Front Range back. And so those are just some good statistics that will help us, try to do what we can on that front. We monitor groundwater every week during the summer with our staff and track that to see how different parts of the preserve are connected to the river system versus seeps and springs on the side. And then we also know the pictures on the side here show us that the river is meandering. So there is a lot of erosion. If you've been out there, you see the stream banks failing. Some people says that's a concern. According to our geomorphologist and hydrologist, that's actually the river accepting a new dynamic equilibrium. And that channel meander means it is still connected to the floodplain. It's able to access the side and the water is able to disperse. That also then deposits sediment on the inside corner of the next curve, and that creates new habitat for willows to take place, for sandpipers to lay their eggs and whatnot. So, that's a cool trend, and we'll continue to look at those cross sections.
Question or comment, just so that's not a bad thing. The meanders, because people are concerned about the banks collapsing, but that's part of a natural process, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, I mean, I think all rivers in this region would, in an unconfined, unaltered state, have some meander. At North Star, there's the added element of still recovering from land clearing, and so there is not consistent willow and stream bank cohesion, but it's kind of like it has to adapt to this new reality of lower water quantity because of those upstream diversions and the willow recovery. So it's sort of like our philosophy out there is sort of that of rewilding. Like, how can we support this system to recover to a state that makes it resilient in current standards and towards the future pace of climate. So, yeah.
One more quick on that topic, just regarding storage of water. Do we have any idea what volume of water is actually stored in North Star and actually feeds the aquifers beneath the city of Aspen and the river? And it'd be an interesting thing to understand just the hydrology of the greater area and what a reservoir that is.
Absolutely. I don't have a number for that. I believe that the city of Aspen tried to study that a decade or two ago, and I don't know off the top of my head what those results were.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I think I actually covered a lot of the things that we're doing, that we've already done. The groundwater system, flood maps, etc. So we can skip past that one. And then, like I mentioned, a lot of what we can do is on the ground. How can we make sure that the vegetation, the habitat is in good condition? So we do plant inventory, assess the floristic quality. We map noxious weeds. They've been decreasing in extent. We've been decreasing our chemical use to control those, which is great, but it's an ongoing challenge. And then map the plant communities out there. We support that. Again, I've mentioned we've done a lot of additional plantings, reseeding with native seed mixes when there's bare ground areas, trying to support sagebrush expansion, etc. So I just covered those. I thought you were on that slide. Sorry.
Right.
Any questions?
Yeah, pause.
I just have a quick comment, and I brought this up at the East of Aspen Caucus, that Picking County always does look at opportunities to keep more water on this side and running through North Star. So we are going to continue looking at those opportunities in the future forever.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Liza. So as was mentioned above, kind of one of those values that we are seeking to manage for is community. And in terms of those community values, these are some of the examples of the scientific research and education actions and strategies that we have incorporated in our management of North Star. Everything from what Liza mentioned, like the soil monitoring stations, to naturalist programs, working with our nonprofit partners, ACES and Roaring Fork Conservancy, to the interpretive signage and the ranger presence out there. Those are all things that we've been doing to get people out there and understanding the importance of this property. Kind of the other element that I mentioned there is kind of the visitor use element at North Star, which does get a lot of attention, and I think is a complex issue that requires kind of the same level of adaptive management that we do for the ecological things. And just taking a step back, is kind of North Star in the Stillwater area in general has been an area for community members of the Aspen area and the Roaring Fork Valley to come to experience the, you know, awe of nature and access a river in this environment for decades, if not centuries. So human presence out there for that recreational use of the river has predated a lot of our planning out there. Kind of the more recent history, 1989, when that first management plan was adopted, to 2010, recreational use was definitely present, but it wasn't significant like we see now. It was kayaking and canoeing, which are bulky, heavy, expensive items that require a lot of skill to navigate rivers with, and so it just wasn't something that generated a ton of use, and we don't really have use numbers going back that far. In 2000, when we did the 2000 plan, the primary focus of recreation was really understanding and getting some controls in place for the paragliding use. So river use wasn't even really that much of an issue to be addressed. It wasn't until 2011, 2013 where we started to kind of see that uptick and significant increase in recreational river use. This was the time when tubes and the party atmosphere, which had large groups and loud music, and kind of that infamous time when I think a couple hundred people floated for a wedding, took place. And so that increase in use also coincided with the rise in social media and smartphones, as well as kind of parallel to the introduction of paddleboards, which made floating the river much more accessible. You know, instead of trucking around this kayak, you could roll up with the paddleboard, inflate it at the put-in, and go down with a lot more ease, and more people could do this. You know, I've done it with my 4-year-old, and I would take my mom out there who's in her 70s. So the breadth of people that can experience the river has increased with these kind of new technologies. So it changes the dynamics that are occurring out there. From 89 to 2015, we did have one commercial canoe and kayak operator that was permitted only at North Star. We didn't have any limits or controls in place from Wildwood or other access points outside of North Star on the preserve. So there was unregulated commercial use taking place that entered North Star, but we weren't able to regulate it at that time. But we do know that that was occurring. One of the biggest things that kind of was apparent at that time was the trespassing on private properties. People's tubes were popping, and they were having to get out of the water and walk across private lands, as well as the preserve, to get to the highway and get back to their cars. And then the safety issues at Wildwood and the takeout were really big things that we were managing for when the 2015 plan started. There were too many vehicles, there was double parking, there wasn't a way for the Wildwood bus to access their school, and there were emergency service access concerns for both the people in that neighborhood as well as the school district, or the preschool that's out there. So those were kind of some of the drivers of that 2015 plan, which was really the beginning of coordinated regulations and commercial permits for North Star. And so that was when we really started in earnest to work with the Forest Service to implement a permit system to control the commercial use of the area. And that was really one of the only levers that we could pull to regulate use. It's a legal, the legal dynamic of the landscape is that those are federal lands that we don't own, and the state waters of Colorado. So we were limited in what we could do, but the Forest Service was willing to work with us on these commercial permits. And so that was a big leap in our management capabilities out there. The other things that we were able to do is really up our education and enforcement. So through signage, the quiet zone, getting naturalists out there with ACEs was a huge management improvement, and our ranger presence. We, have continued to add rangers specifically to address the concerns at North Star since 2015, as well as our information campaigns, telling people how to be a good user of this special landscape. So those were all tools that have, I think, largely successfully addressed the use of tubes and mitigated that trespassing issue. And we've heard really, I think, positive things about the behavioral impacts or improvements to people's use of the river, and they're, for the most part, using it in ways that we want to see. But 2016 was really that first year when commercial permits were implemented, and was followed kind of in 2017 by a big push by Open Space and Trails staff. That was the year that I started with the department, to reach out to all of that kind of unpermitted activity that we knew was occurring, all the hotels, shuttles, the taxis, to let them know that if they're dropping their guests at North Star, that they were required to get a commercial permit. So that's where we see that we kind of increased the number of permits that we had out there. But with that permit requirement was also a requirement to go through our orientation program and to pass on the rules and regulations to their clients. So really reiterating the etiquette that we wanted to see at the preserve. In 2020, the updated management plan really gave us an opportunity to step back and dial that in even more. So continued coordination with the Forest Service and better enforcement at Wildwood, changes to the permits, we're continuing to tweak those things. Some of the important things that we did in that plan were kind of implementing the no dogs and no audible music and no trespassing. We've kind of tweaked the language to be float through only, because no trespassing wasn't as understandable to people. So there's a lot of little things that we've done and learned over the years to help communicate what the expectations are for this land. But the big focus in 2020 was really getting a handle on controlling use by limiting and formalizing the parking. And so that was a multi-year process to work with CDOT and get the designs and everything approved to really formalize the parking areas along the highway so that we could start to enforce and control who's coming to the preserve and parking was the natural limit to what we have available. The other thing that has been happening is pursuing the land exchange so that we can, in the future, have additional management capabilities at Wildwood. 2023, I'm trying to go fast, saw kind of further restrictions, limits to the commercial use. So when we started with the commercial permits, anybody that had a permit could drop once. Well, first it was unlimited. Then we were like, we need to drop once per hour. And now we're both limiting the number of commercial permits that we offer to 5 per our kind of direction from the BOCC and OSTB in 2023, as well as we've established windows for dropping. So it's limited to 3 drops per hour between 9 and 5. And that has really helped us manage the commercial use and limit it to a certain extent as well. Not even all of those 3 drops actually get utilized on most days. So those are some of the controls in place there. And I think we've continued to see from rangers and partners like ACEs and that are out there that continued improvement in the behaviors of people floating the river. The parking areas that I spoke to, those really weren't fully functional and implemented until the end of 2023. So 2024 and 2025 were the first years that we've been able to kind of see how that strategy is working. So I think we're relatively early on in understanding how those limits to the parking and formalization will impact the overall visitor use of the preserve. In 2024 and 2025, leading up to this update, we have embarked on a more in-depth and scientifically proven visitor use management study. So to get really the best data that we can, like we have done for the ecological conditions of the property, we wanted to kind of take a step back and make sure we're doing the same for our visitor use data. That'll feed into the management plan update. I think I just want to point out too, before I hand it over to Carly, that when we were able to start tracking data in 2018 through to the present, we see that we're kind of managing a somewhat stable system where use ranges from about 7,000 from May to September to 9,000. So we're not seeing kind of an exponential increase in use during this time. It's kind of like more dependent on what the weather and the flows look like, whether people can float and how many are accessing the preserve. So it's not something that we're kind of just seeing go off the charts, with that exception of 2020, which was a little bit crazy. So as far as looking to the current update, we are continuing to refine our management strategies and ensure that the ecological conditions and wildlife use of the property continue, and that visitors are having a quality experience when they visit North Star. Some of the kind of current challenges, which were reiterated in our public sentiment themes from the public survey, that we've been dealing with and will continue to address in future plans, is that climate change, the agricultural legacy, and the impact of losing beavers on the landscape for so long, the altered hydrograph or quantity of water within the landscape, and then visitor use and impacts, the landscape level disturbance, and ecological balance.
And I do note we are reaching time,
Yes.
so if there's any discussion elements, it would be helpful.
I can take questions about that, and then we should be able to get this next
I
part
can
done
wrap us up
quickly.
quickly. I feel like the last person getting the baton.
Were there questions first for Jesse on the community components of the management
question,
activities? Yes, Greg?
Just regarding use of the parking lots, how's that gone? My personal observation is that they get very dusty. It's very dry, that whether it's the crusher fines or whatever, create dust storms up there when the wind blows, or when people roll in quickly off the highway. And I'm just wondering if there's any mitigation strategy or suppression for dust up there as a.
Yeah, that's the first this has come to me, but I'm writing it down.
Oh, thank you. Mission accomplished. But just the parking lots seem to be working. It's all.
I mean, there's definitely a learning curve. The takeout last summer was a management challenge, but I think we've seen some improvements this summer in how people know to use it, and the expectations that they have there. So I think continued improvement.
I see people who park for half an hour or more in the 10-minute spots, but other than that, it seemed like it works.
Michael?
Yeah, we're all familiar with the residents' concerns out there. What measures are mitigating their concerns, and to what extent are they solving their concerns?
I'll jump into that with this plan update. I think a lot of what you all have been hearing, the concerns that you have been hearing, the presentations that Jesse and Liza have put together was put to the working group so that we could address some of the concerns with the habitat, specifically wildlife habitat, some of those ecological components. Those were the biggest concerns we were hearing. So this presentation that you just got, these two gave in about 2 hours to the working group. So very abbreviated version. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of information on the full background in terms of the ecology that's happening in North Star. The other concern is the visitor use component, of which capacity is one piece. I think that there is always this request to do a capacity analysis, and I want to take this time to remind everyone that capacity is just one tool as part of a broader visitor use management. And so this plan update, this slide here, what we are going to be doing is bringing you the plan, the draft plan to review in December 2025 at your next meeting. You can see how much information we have. And this next meeting, we want to focus on what's ahead, the management actions and what we're going to be doing for the future of North Star. So the plan will include this management direction for the next 5 years, and it will integrate these conservation values. So much of what we've been hearing from the public, including the neighbors, including the broader community through the public surveys, has been this conversation about these conservation values. How are we elevating them and making sure that this plan hits them? So what we are going to be preparing for you is a plan that integrates these conservation values into desired condition statements. So the aspiration, the vision for North Star, its conservation goals, management actions, the indicators and thresholds, those things that we're going to watch, and what we're going to do when those things get exceeded. And then we're going to define our response options. So that's what's coming. And I wanted to bring this slide back just for a moment to remind everybody, right, that we have these management plan inputs. So a lot of what we just discussed from our ecological reports are part of that input up in the top corner. But then we also have our management plan process, and the two are, equally important. So I want to remind everybody that we have this working group process, and that is the conduit through which the East of Aspen caucus members can propose their solutions to their represented members. It's how the commercial operators can organize and propose their recommendations. It's how the general public can put some ideas out. So we have this working group. They've met twice already, and there will be a third meeting at the end of this month to really talk about how and what we're going to do at North Star. That is where the solutions are coming together. Not just in a silo, not just with the East of Aspen caucus, not just with the commercial operators, but all together in a room with the Forest Service, with CPW, with the land managers, so that we're working together, so there's not this decision making happening, behind the scenes. And that is really what's going to yield the plan that we're going to bring back to you. I'm going to skip a couple slides, but I want to bring this one up just to remind you that the outreach that we have had so far through this plan process has reached over 1,000 community members. So we had about 770 responses to our online public survey. And then in 2024 on site, we talked to about 348 user groups. So that could represent a much larger number. Those are just one person from each group that we spoke to.
I just want to see if Graham has anything he wants to ask or offer before I know he has to go.
Let's skip this one.
We got a late start.
This one to the next one.
You good?
No.
Any questions
But I
or
do,
anything? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Which one do you want? This one. It was just slow.
Okay, sorry. Let's try and finish up here
All right.
if we can.
And
Thank
then,
you.
so today what we have for you are those desire and condition statements. We'll just pop those up on the screen. And they reflect all of those conservation values. So this is where we're headed for North Star. This is what's going to frame all of the work we're coming to you in December with. And I won't read this verbatim for you, but really we want a statement that sets an aspirational tone for the future of North Star that takes into account biodiversity, its natural ecosystem processes, and its landscape connectivity. In addition, first and foremost, right, we'll manage it for its ecological integrity. But in addition, there is this allowed human presence that started in that 1989 plan with that limited use zone. And we need to make sure, right, that we're thinking of that ecological integrity first. This is a wildlife first plan, and then we will be integrating environmental education, research, and respectful recreation to that plan. So that is all we have there.
More to come in December. Yeah, for us at least. More for you.
Good job, guys.
This one.
Any other
All right, any
questions,
last
comments? Anything you want to
questions,
make sure
input?
you know at our next presentation?
Francie?
I just have a comment. Thank you guys so much. Your presentation was great, and the work behind it is phenomenal. The amount of detail that you guys look into and the stewardship you give for the lands is really remarkable. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amy and then Greg.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I think I appreciate you guys bringing this to us now to like spend this hour to really like go through some of the details and how like what you've done to date, like not just this year or the last like 6 months, but you know, the history and really the steps that have been taken over the last, 20 some years to get to where we're at now. And I appreciate that the detail, like Francie said, that you're going into to let us know the ecological components, the human components, and all the different factors, and engaging, the local community, not just like the neighbors that live there, but whether it's commercial users and the community at large. And I know that our next presentation in December is going to be, you could say a bigger one, but having this history and taking this time right now is really helpful to like make that a good stepping stone to our next, like the draft copy, and to really, be able to take that to the next level.
Well, and the goal too is to make sure the draft, when we come back with the draft, we don't have to go through all of this again.
Right.
So we give you the action items. Yes, we give you the action items. We get to the meat
So we have to remember
quicker.
until December.
It'll all be in the plan. We can send you the presentation. And Wayne, this is all recorded, so you can watch it again and again.
This is the second time I've seen this, actually, because
Oh.
I'm participating in the working group.
Oh, that's true. So thank you, Wayne.
I saw the long version.
I saw the long version.
Greg,
Yeah, so just regarding mitigating.
you need to be in front of a mic,
I
please.
do, you're right. Regarding the disturbance, the bulldozing that was done and for the agriculture, regarding mitigating that, is there more, and are you examining what else could or should be done in order to bring back the hydrological function as it existed perhaps before it was disturbed? And I know you had, I think it's more than 60% or 40% water is being diverted at this point, and it's a huge concern for us as well. We know that's affected it as well, but I'm
Yeah,
just
that is
wondering how thorough are you going to be in your proposals about where this could go for trying to restore it?
Good question. So we actually have already done a full analysis, like out there on the ground with consultants, walking the whole property of like, what are our restoration opportunities for sagebrush, for aspen, for wetlands, for the agricultural meadows. So we have that, and we have like a graphic that identified some of those opportunities. And to the wetland restoration question, the limiting factor really is water quantity.
Yeah.
So, there's, one mindset was like, oh, can we go in and like dig some side channels, and then the water can go and disperse across the area, and that is an option. We have chosen not to pursue that, and that's partly was adopted in the last management plan, when that philosophy towards like a more passive ecological recovery was proposed and adopted by you all, of supporting ecosystem recovery, in that rewilding component of like, let's support process-based restoration rather than functional or physical, rather like the physical channel thing. So that was explored a little bit, and that's the philosophy that was adopted in the last management plan. I anticipate so far that everyone that we've talked to is still sort of on board with that, and then sort of finding the smaller wins of how can we help the ecosystem recover. For example, reed canary grass is expanding in extent, and that's probably from climate change, like warmer weather and drier conditions. Are there other things that we can do on the reed canary grass front that is not bringing backhoes in and creating a physical system that may or may not hold? So that's.
I think you answered the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's good just to know you're digging that deep and looking at it that thoroughly.
Michael.
Very quick note, we wouldn't be here having this conversation were it not for Joe Edwards. The Board of County Commissioners, 3 of us in 72, or I forget when it was, 74, 80, who bought North Star. We were all 3 there, but the person who made it happen, the person who drove it, because it was very difficult, we didn't have any money to do it with, was Joe Edwards.
That's a good way to end it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank
Lot more to
you.
come.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
More to come.
Lot more to come.
Appreciate all this. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Don't forget any of that. Remember it all until December.
Wonderful to have open space and trails here. We'll see y'all in a couple months.
Sure.
This is up at
Not
Sunfire
sooner.
Ranch.
I'm just gonna suggest we maybe take a 5-minute break. We'll have to get staff, or other staff to come up.
Funds are all going to Casey's Farmers Fund, which is a fund
Thank
that's
you.
been created.
You wanna- All right, welcome everyone. Welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 9th.
I like it all the county and all the commissioners when she puts it all in there.
We're having a little inside joke over here. We are going to have a post-concert follow-up to our Up in the Sky Festival. First time for the festival over the weekends of August 7th through 10th, I believe. And I'll turn it over to ComDev staff to tee us up for this debrief.
Awesome. I'm Samantha Haberman, the Special Events Coordinator for the county. I'm here with Suzanne Wolf, Derek Gunshore from Aspen Skiing Company, David and Dan and Michael Goldberg. We, just as a quick background, in July 2024 last year, Belly Up applied for a summer concert series for this summer, and they projected about 16,000 people. This was brought before the BOCC due to that projected number of attendees, and the staff was granted approval to issue a special event permit. From October to August, Belly Up in the county met monthly, and then we also had 3 cross-agency meetings to discuss traffic circulation and how to mitigate impacts on the community prior to the event. The event took place this summer, August 8th and 9th, and I think it was a resounding success. There was a quick debrief, or actually not quick, but a debrief with the cross-county agencies on August 21st. And meeting is just to talk about what things went well with the concert and what they could improve upon, and to see what the potential is for the future. And I would like to say that they have submitted a special event application. They already submitted this in May to hold the concerts again in 2026. So in order to organize myself in a certain way, just to do the debrief, I went back to the land use code. So I went just kind of bullet point by bullet point. It starts with water supply, and they did a great job bringing in water. I think there was a shortage on Friday, but that got corrected on Saturday. Sanitation and toilets appeared to be ample and well maintained. For solid waste and recycling, the applicants provided trash recycling and compost services. The sheriff also provided a wildlife education and ensured all waste was contained, and any violations and issues were corrected immediately if there were any. Safety and emergency services, first aid and emergency services were on site. They had a medical tent. There was part detox in the back and part medical emergencies in the front, and it said it went very well. The ambulance appreciated the site and said it was successful. Communication with emergency staff and services was well thought out to begin with, and their thorough communication plan was used by Belly Up and their affiliates with the public services, and also the sound system and the screens to the side of stage were used to communicate to all of the attendees, which I thought went really well too. For security, there was adequate security personnel in key locations within and without Buttermilk venue, and then also at the Brush Creek lot and Wagner Park. The perimeter of the event was adequately fenced, and the exits were provided in case there was an emergency. There was also security personnel placed behind the venue on the Buttermilk ski area. Through traffic was allowed, but they discouraged people from gathering back there just due to safety concerns. The event followed all building and safety codes. At the time, we were in a stage 2 fire restrictions. The event had signage and announcements on the screens regarding smoking and kind of raising awareness, as well as person-to-person education for people who were smoking, and immediately put those out. The public safety sectors claimed they had great access to the event if anything were to happen. The next part of the land use code is parking. There was no parking in the Buttermilk lot. There were shuttles going in and out of Aspen to Brush Creek lot and to Snowmass. I think that worked really well. RAFTA stated the Brush Creek park and ride shuttles were managed really well, and the lot near Brush Creek was near capacity. Snowmass added 3 extra local buses to manage the concert traffic, and they said that was also managed really well. The applicant strongly encouraged alternative means of transportation to get to the event. I think a lot of people were dropped off, and then there were shuttles, rideshare, hotel shuttles, and then bike parking, which I think also went well. For traffic control, the applicant provided a robust traffic management for Owl Creek and the interface with State Highway 82, and they used Colorado State Patrol as well as another private company, I believe. as most traffic concerns took place during the egress, the applicant provided small after-party events at the Buttermilk venue, which actually worked really well too. It helped to stagger the exit for people and prevented long shuttle lines. As for the biking, I think that also worked out well. Guests were asked to register their bikes to get an approximate number of bikes, and then bike routes were well marked, and they used bike ambassadors to provide wayfinding and pacing. And I think it actually wound up to be kind of an event, like people were having a lot of fun. Next, they had a tow truck on site. They did not close any of the county roads, and they were provided ample signage. They posted physical neighbor notices 2 weeks before the event to surrounding residents.
I can't quite hear everything.
Sorry, Francie, I know we have that problem. I said there's signage. They provided physical neighbor notices about 2 weeks before the event up to the
great.
Buttermilk. And they also had their website was updated for people to find information about the event. They got a noise variance from Pickens County, and Environmental Health did not receive any noise complaints regarding the event. They made reasonable efforts to limit the impact of lighting and light pollution. They did light a sign up on Buttermilk Mountain, but when they were informed that they did not have a permit for that, they turned that off as soon as they were aware. The applicant provided dust mitigation. Some dust was still kicked up, but most was mitigated. All temporary structures were removed within adequate timing, and next we're on to food and liquor. Sorry.
Let me stop and see if there's any questions so far.
Any questions so far?
Okay.
All right. They obtained the Aspen Skiing Company's optional premise liquor license, and they also were in contact with Colorado Department of Public Health to obtain all necessary documents and permission for food service. They obtained insurance, which is $1 million per occurrence and $2 million aggregate, as required by the county. They obtained all building permits, and all structures were inspected prior to the event, and all the grounds were maintained. The event was consistent with all of the master plans, which included the Buttermilk Master Plan, which just requested that they get a special event permit, the Aspen Area Community Plan, which mainly the main topic that would be to implement zero waste for events, and they did that. And then the Western Maroon Creek Plan, which strongly encourages public transit, which happened. And then neighborhood compatibility. The base of Buttermilk has been used for large events in the past, including the X Games and other large concerts, especially most recently in 2019 before this event. And they got permission from the skiing company. So overall, they ticked all of the points off on the land use code. They did a great job, I think. They got a lot of local positive feedback. We didn't actually get anything negative that I saw. Local businesses commented that they appreciated the increase in traffic during a kind of quiet stretch in the summer. And little to no negative comments were received. And then I think you guys have seen the economic impact study I attached to the packet, which was also very positive. And there was just a few improvements for next year if that were to happen, with dust and maybe providing more lighting for people who are guiding shuttles, and just minor tweaking of things that it was impossible to foresee since it was the first year of this event. Yeah, so we are here just to discuss if anybody has any questions about how the event went. It will be fielded by the Goldbergs, and then the possibility of a multi-year event.
Okie doke. Let's start. Greg, you look like you had your hand up first, then Patty.
I'd be interested to know the number of bikes. You registered all the bike users. How many bicyclists came?
We had around 400. We had around 450 to 500 a day.
Okay, out of total.
The total we could do was around 700 per day. We had backup plans if it got beyond that, but we had enough space outside and parking to be able to have 700 in the valet check.
And what was the attendance after all? I know it was lower than 16,000.
It was, we didn't build it to 16. That was just obviously when we went through this whole process at the beginning, there was a lot of information that we had built out on the map. So we looked at it from the perspective of what can this site fit? What can we reasonably do for flat grounds with toilet? What can we do in terms of transit and egress and everything like that? The whole thing was built really at 13,000. We didn't sell out because of different contractual things with different artists and agencies. I can't give the exact specific number, but it sold very well, but it didn't sell out. We were very happy with what the attendance total was and the transit and everything that came off of it as well. We felt that our teams with that worked very hard on that, very diligent on that. Obviously, the county staff did as well too to help with that, with the sheriff and the AMBI as well, and all that hard work paid off that they put into it. We put into it.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. The other question was just regarding economic impact. Could you clarify that? How do you measure that, and what was the amount? And
so I can answer that. So that's a regular thing for different major events. It's a third-party company out of Austin, Texas. Their website has a bunch of different clients and different resumes that they've worked with. Major, I don't want to speak to who it is specifically, just because some of it may have changed. But on their website, on that packet, it shows who they've worked with. But again, major events, major tech companies, and things along those lines too. And it's a third-party study on just what the economic impact was as a result of the event. So that packet's been sent to everybody, I believe, and I'm happy to answer any questions on it further, of course. But that's where that derives from. I think it's always an important piece to see what the positive it does for our community in that regard.
Right. And I'm just to follow up on that do we measure the other events in the community with by the same metrics?
This was done by me, so this was something that we do for Palm Tree. This was something that is done for our partners festivals and things along those lines, and again major events throughout the country and international. So we do this for Palm Tree. We've done it for Palm Tree before. We think it's an important thing for us to measure that gauge for different businesses locally. Obviously, we have local businesses, so we want to know that as well too. So we took that upon ourselves and did that. So I can't speak to anything else on that. I'm certainly happy to pass along their contacts for anybody else who wants to do so, but this was done by us.
Great.
Not by us. This was initiated by us by a third-party company.
And Greg, it's definitely not something we've ever required or received, I think, from other events.
Just trying to compare it to whatever else happens here. Yeah. Thank you.
I can send you palm trees.
Sure.
That's the only one I have access to.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys. I think it was a job extremely well done, but I did have the opportunity to tour the venue on Friday with Gabe Muthing from the ambulance district. My concerns, of course, are public safety for the primary and crowd control. I think it was really interesting. I really appreciated how clearly the exits for emergency exit were marked with big red banners so you couldn't miss them. That was important because people get a little panicked if they have to get out of someplace quickly. I think Friday night might have been around 10,000 overall attendance. When I was there, I never felt like there was a crush, maybe where they wanted to crush in front of the stage, but not in the general well-being of the event as a whole. I really appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, though. We did receive a comment from someone about the drones. You had drones, but you had permission for those drones with FAA, et cetera.
Correct.
And John, I want you to help me with this. This person was claiming that they were used by the sheriff's department, and I don't think the sheriff had a drone up there. They were just, I think you guys might have had two.
I would have to confirm,
Yeah,
Patty, but I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
I think I know what you're referring to, and I believe that it may have been APD, but I'm not positive, so I might be out of turn on that one. But all of our drones were applied well in advance, all approved by FAA, all approved by Aspen Airport.
I think there was concern because of the stage 2, I believe, fire restriction at the time, and the people that were up above in the forest, literally in the forest, may have been smoking. I think people were, we did have, I think one of our resource officers from the sheriff's office up there, just letting people know we're under fire restrictions, please don't smoke. And it's my understanding that people were very, okay, sorry, we didn't know, we thought we could. And I think that was really important because of the fire restrictions that we had going on. So for me, I think it was just an amazing, for a first-time event. I mean, the public comments were incredible, and I think that because a lot of people some of the comments, people were like, I wasn't sure about this event. I didn't know if it was going to be a good thing, but I went and I can't wait for it to come back. And I took my teenagers, first time we actually had a conversation in weeks, if not months, and how cool it was. And I think it turned out to be a real community event. As far as the impacts I saw in town, I talked with the servers, some of the local restaurants, and they said it was a great weekend for them. People were polite. People tipped them well, which they appreciated. I did talk to some of the Aspen Police Department officers because I pass when I come and go from work. They asked if you could bring back the same crowd next year because they were so nice. People were nice. There weren't a lot of issues in town. They out of the norm, I should say. And I think that the law enforcement, public safety people really appreciated that. And I think you're right about the bike thing became an event in itself, and people loved it. And they loved it because the bike path being right there, and people had bells, and they had lights, and they had helmets, and I think it was great. I would really like the board to consider extending it for a 3-year, because I know it's difficult to book artists and to plan ahead, etc. But I want to ask staff, is there any discretion for the board to do greater than 3, or is that in the code? We'd have to amend the code.
I'd have to look. I think the max we've been able to do is 3, but I don't know.
Okay, and not to and to say it, and I think the applicants know that it depends. It's up to you to make it or break it. So if you go next year and things really don't go well, the board has the opportunity to bring it back the following year, make changes, or pull the permit. And I think you guys are well aware of that. But I think for the community as a whole to be able to plan ahead, for you to be able to plan ahead, and to continue to grow, not so much the event, but grow the experience for people, I think is important. So I think allowing them more time in a competitive market for booking events, booking artists, it might be worth the board's consideration. For the 3, definitely, but if we could do 5 with the same contingency, you make it or break it year to year. Does that make
Samantha
sense?
grabbed it. It does say gives us up to 3 under the code as it's written today.
So is that something we could discuss in part of code changes moving forward?
Sure.
If the board would be interested in discussing it in depth further at some point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Some other comments and questions out there. Francie?
Yeah. I'm not a concert goer, as you know, and being in the middle of a crowd of 15,000 people is anathema to me. However, we did get a lot of really positive reports, including, as I told you, one from my grandson who worked on the trash brigade and stayed overnight, thanks to you guys, somewhere in a house with some other people. He said it wasn't exactly his kind of music, but he thought the whole thing was really successful, and I respect his opinion. And, I did oppose a concert of that size last year when we were talking about it. I still don't love it. I do think it increases the intensity up in the Upper Valley, and I know there are people who just feel like there's so much going on all the time, and can't we just quiet our town down a little bit? But after the concert, we didn't get any of those comments. So congratulations on doing a good job. I know you guys are really good at this. I get that. And we're a tourist town and we're a music town. So I would definitely support extending your ability to do it again. Do you want 5 years?
The more we can get, the better. It allows us to plan more. It allows us to be able to put more into a site that I have great partners, but it's not my site. And putting resources, monetary resources, physical resources into improving grounds that don't belong to us, giving us the ability and surety to know that this isn't going to be gone after 1, 2, 3, however many years. Sure, of course. That being said, I'm appreciative of any multi-year. 3 is something that I think would work very well for us as well too, but understanding that these things are multifaceted in the sense that bookings are very far out. Being able to have continuity from year to year on who our vendors are, being able to lock in vendors who work with us on a multi-year deal, regardless of how many years that is, knowing that they're coming back and they have the familiarity and they're able to grow and improve with us, and we're not starting over with a new vendor for the dozens of vendors that there are, I think is only a benefit to everybody involved in this. So, to me, multi-year is absolutely something that I and we would be very happy with. Certainly the more the better, but I'm not going to be a glutton.
I just would add to that we initially did Palm Tree with 1 year, and now we have 5-year contract with the city.
Okay.
So that has made a big difference for, I think, predominantly us in terms of being able to plan ahead, but I think also for attendees because they get to plan ahead too.
Yeah, I think to that point, there is definitely another point to be made about continuity and knowing what the weekend is and being able to plan around that. And when the dates fall, that's an important piece to it. And to your point, Patty, of course, we have to do our job, obviously, from the ability and the privilege to be able to do this, but it's also our reputation and our liability at the end of the day, too. So we take it very seriously. We're not just representing us, we're representing the ski company, we're representing the city of Aspen, we're representing Pitkin County. Like, all of those things are never lost upon us. But of course, not the least of which is the fact that it's a privilege and can be taken away at any moment, which the same thing applies for us with Palm Tree, right? We're 1 year into it. We haven't just thrown our hands up and pretended that we know that we have 4 more years and we're not going to put in the work. The work always exists.
Yeah.
Great.
And I think also like using that coming out of the event and announcing what the dates are for the following year really helps people plan ahead. That's when they're in the back of their minds, and how excited they are about the event that they just attended to is more likely for them to come back the next year.
Okay, just one more comment. Sunglasses would make you guys a little bit more like Men in Black.
This was not orchestrated, I promise.
Oh, come on.
We can arrange that.
Next time.
Yeah, and just a reminder for the board that, under the existing code, up to 3 years, a code change would take a little bit of time, particularly while we're doing comp plan stuff to process. So something to keep in mind for these guys too.
I think it should just be part of the discussion.
Jeffrey?
So thank you. I was an attendee. I was public.
You're still new, it's okay.
Just going to gather my thoughts then. I was an attendee on Saturday, so it was super well thought out. I joined the bus in Aspen down to Buttermilk and then exited out towards Brush Creek. So it was incredibly well laid out. And so from a county standpoint, I think our worry should always be the health, safety, welfare. I too toured with Gabe and made the mistake of touring also with Lorenzo Semple. He had some interesting ideas for the venue in following years. But overall, I think
He was a roadie. He's got some.
He had.
cred.
I think he was going to ski. I think he was going to ski grass that day. So that's. But we the board, I think, received roughly 40 public comments. Again, I would say they were 99% positive. Health, safety, welfare. I would say the other box that you checked that we didn't discuss. Thank you for having a really nice ADA platform that was close to the stage and well thought out and next to medical. So a lot of those details that you thought, wouldn't be thought out in year one, the flow in and out of the venue and just the overall venue itself were incredible. I think your largest challenge was actually stage 2 fire restrictions, which goes to your comment. To me, the multi-year concert would give us 3 things. Would give us site, would give us artist certainty, but also community certainty. So a lot of the sort of hyper look at this event was really around the neighbors, meaning other nonprofits. And so multi-year might quell some of that fear when you know you're coming back year after year. So I think artist availability, community impact, and then site improvements vis-a-vis stage 2 fire restrictions, et cetera, could be better given the level of certainty from this board and this community. I did buy 2 Rufus de Sol LPs, so please add that to your economic impact.
It's accounted for.
Okay.
It's great.
But really, thank you for bringing this to the community, and even the vibe on the bus, leaving the venue was ecstatic, and really just nice to see that vibe in the community. So again, our concern should be health, safety, welfare, community, impact. But I think again, as we went through the code, you've checked those boxes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have some questions. Was there how did you all debrief? Like, who did you have a formal debrief with the
Yes.
relevant stakeholder parties that
your,
help advise our permitting
we-
decision?
We did a follow-up with, like we did several lead-ups with all the county staff, got their comments, got comments from different agencies as well too who didn't attend, who were able to send comment back in. We went item by item through the entire venue, through the entire process, through everything, and talked about the things that went well, talked about the things that could be improved upon, talked about the things that didn't go as how we anticipated, but we could tweak for the future, and just carved it open like that.
And what would you need to do differently to accommodate a full sold-out 16,000 person?
The only, well, I don't, again, I think that we wouldn't build it to 16 based off of the model that we're going with right now. I know that that can sustain 16 based off, that's why I came in with that, right? My early sketches, my early drawings on it, the early math that we did was based not just off of how many square footage of people that could be in there. The square footage is actually far greater than that. The mathematical formula on it is what the flat ground is for bathrooms and what you can egress out of there in the amount of time. That's how we derive 16,000. What we would change for that in the future is just the amount of buses. We scheduled the buses. You know, I have a deal with Hermes, who's worked with X Games for years. I think that they did a fabulous job. They were very highly invested in this for the months leading up to it as well too. But the way that it works is we project where we're going to be, and we look at that and we schedule that amount of buses for that. So knowing that we were going to be at full sellout, or if it was at 50%, we would have scheduled them differently. So that's the major thing that we would change. And additionally, security, but that flows with the same thing, right? We base that off of what the projected number of attendees are as we're approaching the date. So we look at that in real time and take the data and take what we've been looking at from a sales perspective of what the pace has been and what the closing perspective is on our other outdoor shows, a la Palm Tree, and make our best conservative projections in terms of making sure we are over planned versus under planned.
And then let me just clarify. So when we're permitting, are we permitting like the space, or does the number of attendees factor in?
The number of attendees also factors in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's written on the permit how much they can.
I see. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I was wondering, you had mentioned that you had gotten some feedback from the business community, and I'm curious how that flowed to you.
That was just public comment. A few of those
Public
were,
comment.
yeah,
Okay.
business owners.
Okay. I will say one of the things that we had asked for sort of in prep leading up to setting this time for the agenda that I don't think is available currently was just some additional information relative to like how hotel occupancy, how this event may have made it look different, or any, you know, flight numbers, things like that. So I think because we wanted to hold this quickly after the event, there's not enough lag time to know that, but that would be helpful information, I think, to track. We do, you know, we do get asked by the community to sort of respond to like what Francie had said, these notions of our calendar's just completely built out, you know, and if there's ways for us to understand what that, if that impact is meaningful, or if it's, you know, not, if it's just minor or insubstantial, it would be helpful, I think, in future reviews to know that. Is that, you were gonna lean in and say something? No? Okay. I think it sounds like there's support for the board to approve the extension for a 3-year permit.
To direct staff to consider issuing a 3-year permit, because we can't vote.
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
I have two last other things
Go ahead.
that I did hear from at least one person at Burlingame, that they were really disappointed because they couldn't hear the music very well.
That might have been
One.
me.
And number two is, did you guys enjoy the event?
Number one, I don't know if you want to open Pandora's box about facing it the other direction. That goes opposite of everything we tried to do. Number two, yeah, I get to work with these two, and we get to do what we
So
love.
then I
and-
should ask those two, did
Yeah.
you enjoy the event?
I get to work with these two, and this is our life. We eat, breathe, and sleep this. So doing this for the place that I can speak on our two behalf, grew up in this town, to do that there where I grew up and learned how to ski, yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Your dad kind of grew up here too, guys. Well,
At this point, yeah.
I feel like Aspen kind of grew up with him, so.
Thank you.
All right, any final questions, comments, or clarification needed?
Can I say
Yes,
something?
Greg, please.
Yeah, So it's gone really well. So congratulations. It's great to see something pulled off so well, and of course, it would take locals to make it happen. So my gratitude to you for all the concerns I've had and expressed to you all. I'd love to know what your ambitions are. I remember the first conversation I had with Michael. He said, well, I want to do this 5 weekends a summer. And I just want to know, what are your ambitions for this? Because, you know, it seems like this is such a successful thing. Perhaps you could grow it dramatically. Is that your plan? And you know, is there a limit, or is there a concern you have just for impact on the community if it were to continue being so successful?
Well, I think there's always a limit. Part of that limit's been set, and we didn't go for that number. I think, first of all, it takes putting it on to get a real good sense of where this fits in the community. And I think it fits in, well, first of all, I have to say, this whole thing makes a father really proud.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think the idea of expansion only comes with time. And so this year, what we're looking for is the same weekend. That's what we've applied for. And I think only time tells where this thing goes. You know, Belly Up's been here almost 21 years. And I had no idea what I was doing when it started. And I didn't know whether 450 was the right number, whether we needed a bigger facility. We've stayed with 450 for that period of time. I wouldn't foreclose the idea of something in addition. And that something in addition could be much smaller, multiple, much smaller concerts utilizing the space at Buttermilk. It could be, but that's not what's in the plan right now. I think what's important for us is to have the surety of having what we have now for the next 3 years, if that's what this is. And anytime, I think we're under the understanding that anytime we want to do something beyond that, we have to come back and talk to you about it.
Last question is, are those your photographs in the reports?
No.
Oh, okay, well.
It's a sensitive subject.
I just assumed.
They didn't hire me.
He wasn't allowed on site?
He gets Belly Up.
He was on site, but he was very hard to find.
Okay. Okay, well done. It really came off well, and we couldn't have asked for better, honestly.
Thank you.
Good job, gentlemen.
You good? Got what you need? All right. Thank you both. Thank you all. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for holding their feet to the fire.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Stay in the fire.
Okay. We're catching up a little. We're running a little behind.
I'll do my
Sorry.
best.
Okay.
It's about
Thanks for your patience. Liz, are you part of our legislative update, or do you want to get us ahead here on? Okay. Just making sure.
No, I just felt like we'd skip over that. And
I
go
just didn't know if
straight
you
to
needed some
budget.
setup time, that, you know, you're being
No, I'm going-
expeditious.
She has a new job title.
Don't sugarcoat it, Levi. Give it to us straight.
Do I ever candy coat it? I'm just the old wet blanket here in front of you again.
Yeah, you just sent us a little bit of information.
I have some good news, at least, with the legislative update. That's why I'm here. So while Levi is getting his slides set up, I will start out. So I am here to circle back around with you all about House Bill 24B-1001 and Senate Bill 24-133. We had talked to you last fall about the implications of having another restriction on our property taxes. We have discussed this with the attorney's office, and they have provided us with a legal opinion. I'm not going to share the full details of the legal opinion since this is not executive session, but the news is that basically it does not apply to any of our funds as it stands right now. So that is the good news. And we will continue to follow where this goes. It is possible that this is going to get fought in court by somebody at some point. So our legal opinion could change in the future, but for right now, that is the good news. We do not have another restriction on our property taxes.
Are you
Thank
the
you.
bird or the mouse?
I don't know. I just was trying to put a fun thing in there to lighten up your day.
Made me laugh.
All right. Any questions on that?
Great. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I almost asked her to go last so that.
All right.
To change our minds.
Thank you.
on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Liz.
Yeah.
I just hate all
Thanks,
the
Liz.
executive orders.
All right,
Thanks,
well, I'll
Liz.
just jump in. I'm going to try to make up some time for you if I can. Levi Borst, the management analyst in the manager's office, here with a legislative update. And without further ado, I'll just jump into a special session recap. There were 33 or 34 different pieces of legislation introduced, and I just narrowed the focus of this to the pieces that passed because I didn't figure there was any interest in what failed. I don't want to go into a ton of detail with this overall list. I've got them broken out as we go forward to fiscal bills and rebalancing bills, and then kind of other or not on the budget purview per se. So I'll just blitz right through that. So as we know, part of the special session, a big part of the special session was about rebalancing our budget based on the results of HR 1, or the big bill that just went through. I'll call it HR 1
Nice
if everybody's still okay with that. I'll just go with HR 1.
We're okay with that.
So we were $740 some million short after HR 1 went through for the current fiscal year on the state level. And so there were kind of three prongs to address that. One would be fiscal bills, basically closing some tax loopholes and generating more revenue. The second would be spending cuts, and then the third would be to make up the balance through reserves. So these 5 bills got at the first piece of generating some additional income, closing tax deductions, things like that. So we can go into as much or as little detail as we like with these. I don't know that any of them really necessarily impact us directly, but the net result was $245 million from these 5 bills of closing tax loopholes and selling future tax credits to generate some more money. So again, I'll share this with the board after this presentation. There are links to all these bills. If you really have insomnia, this is the cure. The second piece were spending cuts and rebalancing, and the Senate Bill 1 in the special session gave the governor permission to do that. So the white, yellow, and blue checkered chart on the left are some places where cuts were made. So you can see as an overall percentage, it's actually not huge, but by my math, I remember it being about $100 million in state cuts as a result of these deductions from these different departments. On the right are some balance holds and transfers, and you can see kind of by fund where the money came from and where it went back to the general fund. So this totaled about $146 million in the state budget.
Just a few acronyms up there.
Well, it's very, we are bureaucracy, so we're good at that. And just kind of a summary of how that all played out. The total deficit, again, from HR 1, $742.2 million. The total deficit of $829. Fiscal, which was the kind of first slide that I showed you, those 5 bills, was $245 million. Cuts and balancing was $252. And then the balance coming from a reserve adjustment of $328 million. And being a member of the JBC is not a good job to have coming into the next session, but at least this gets us there. So some non-budget balancing kind of per se bills. House Bill 25-1006, approve affordability private health insurance. This is also based on the sale of future tax credits. So this generates about $100 million to try to keep our rates on the exchange reasonable. And similarly, Senate Bill 5 was reallocating wolf funding to the Health Insurance Enterprise Cash Fund, which is aimed at doing the same thing.
It
So
passed.
both of these passed, yeah. So I think that was $246,000. It's not a ton of money, but I guess it's something. And my understanding is that there's a push in the federal legislature to preserve some of the reinsurance costs that we were getting. So maybe in some fantasy land we actually don't need that money, but based on the timing of the regular session and then the re-enrollment period, we had to do something in the special session before the 26 regular session, just to make sure everybody was covered. Senate Bill 2, state-only funding for certain entities. This is largely related to reproductive rights, reproductive care. A lot of that money was coming from federal sources, and under H.R. 1, federal dollars can no longer be used for some of those reproductive services. So this was basically allocating state funds to pay for those United services going forward. Healthy school meals for all, and this is a tweak to existing ballot language that was approved in the last session. And what this would do would be to add Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the SNAP program, onto this ballot language so that any funds that are collected, once it funds the Healthy School Meals for All program, could then fund some of the SNAP deficits that we plan to see as a result of H.R. 1. So that one's a really interesting program. I think it will have to go to the voters, of course, and will change some taxes for people earning over $300,000 per year in the state of Colorado. Top of my head, it adds something like $400 each to those taxpayers, and that would fund these programs. The transparency for algorithmic systems, for whatever reason, artificial intelligence needed to be a priority in the special session, so that was why we saw this bill. And this bill effectively just pushed out the deadline for the artificial intelligence bill that was passed in the last regular session from February to, I think, June of 2026. So that's about transparency in high-risk artificial intelligence programs that determine things like healthcare or finances or eligibility, housing requirements, things like that. A lot of notification and accountability for people using those systems to notify the consumers of those systems.
And that will begin next June?
Correct, but this set the clock back 4 or 6 months, something like that. And then Senate Bill 25005, we kind of talked about it. It reallocated some wolf funding to the Health Insurance Enterprise Act.
And what is their justification for that, since they're already overfunded with the wolf compensation program?
I refuse to answer because I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the rationale was. I think it was just kind of a panic in making sure that the people who need health care have as much money as possible to help subsidize the cost of it. Maybe just a priority setting.
So compensation will have to come out of the general fund or something?
From what I remember, they basically just said to DNR, you have to find that money somewhere else. So I think it will come from the internal DNR budget, not the state's general fund.
I see.
Anybody
Okay.
feel free to correct me. I'm kind of from the hip with that answer.
It's a good one.
We'll go with it.
No impact on the program, just a shell game.
That's what a lot of the budget reallocation in the last regular session looked like. That's what a lot of these transfers look like this time. At the end of the day, some programs get funded and others don't.
And some programs save the state more money and others don't. I would
True.
argue keeping people insured does that.
Agreed. And this is definitely not a long-term fix, that bill. I think we're going to have plenty of work to do in the regular session to make sure those programs continue as best we can.
Because that's just for this year's wolf budget, right? So it's like 245,000 from this year.
Right. Moving on to the Governor's Strategic Growth Executive Order. This order was in your packet, so I just wanted to take a little snippet of it to remind the board of how we got here. Governor Polis has spent a couple different legislative sessions instituting strategic growth legislation or supporting strategic growth legislation. And this executive order was essentially the stick to incentivize local governments to comply with those strategic growth laws. So between 2024 and 2025, we had, I think, 7 different pieces of legislation. They're listed here, but I'm sure we've talked about them in past updates. But the stick is to prioritize state funding for jurisdictions that are deemed to be compliant with these strategic growth laws. And it's not just housing, so it's OEDIT, CDOT, DOLA, and the Energy Office funds that span well beyond housing, so it's pretty important to make sure we're on the good list and we're not on the naughty list when it comes to being open to receive these funds.
Sounds like Christmas.
Kind of feels that way. So I was afraid this would be small, but you've seen this in your packet. I built a tracker that just shows each of those 7 pieces of legislation and then kind of notes where we currently are in our compliance. So I see this all as being really positive. A lot of these pieces of legislation didn't apply to us because we're not an MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, a transit-oriented community, and we don't have 100,000 people. We're not a municipality, all these other caveats and carve-outs. But what is important is to make sure that we still qualify as a strategic growth supportive community per the governor's terms, even though some of these are not applicable to us. So we've got a small group between the manager's office, ComDev, and a few other folks. We've already reached out to DOLA. We just want to make sure that as we go forward, we're in compliance and we're not excluded from receiving any of these funds. But as it stands now, the only one we really don't know anything about yet are the regional building codes for factory-built structures. And that was a bill that just passed in the last legislative session, so those codes haven't been developed yet, so it's not really possible for us to have them. And in talking with our chief building official, because we don't actually have any internal codes for factory-built structures, whatever the state provides for a regional level is going to be great. It's going to be better than nothing. So I think we're pretty well in good shape on that. And I'm blitzing through this, so if there are any questions on any of these bills, sir?
Just to flag, and it doesn't have to be. Just to flag, and it doesn't have to be for today. If Pitkin County invests in mobile home parks throughout the community, how do we get in the good graces of the executive order? Or if we fund something in a municipality rather than unincorporated Pitkin County, how do we continue to track that through this wonderful executive order? So it seems to me the strategies that we're using, and we're not necessarily building them ourselves, but we're funding alternatives like existing structures to keep rent affordable. And I just worry that the growth edict coming from DOLA, OEDIT, et cetera, CDOT, don't represent the build-out capability of what's on the ground and reflect both unincorporated Pitkin County as well as municipalities. And I know that's been a conversation at CCAT, which is how do you account for the overall housing strategy. And I don't believe in these bills it does. So I'm not trying to answer my own question, but I'm skeptical of the executive order.
I think from the way I read the executive order is that it's just kind of not applicable in terms of or encouraging those existing housing stocks and things like that. I don't think they're addressed one way or the other in any of these. The Proposition 1, 2, 3 conversation about making those funds better available to co-ops and partnerships of municipalities and counties will go a long way if we can get some changes made to that. And otherwise, I think we're probably going to be wise to make sure anybody we partner with is also on the good list when it comes to each one of these and is listed by DOLA as a supportive community.
And the follow-on is, I'd love to hear how DOLA's smart, whatever they're calling it, smart track, fast track, whatever their creative expression is, how that tracks with 120 days from their own bill that says you have 120 days to buy a mobile home park. Do we have 120 days to receive your money through your new smart track or smart growth, whatever it's called, fast track?
be interesting
I'm
to see
not
how
good with that,
those two pieces of legislation translate between each other, because they were, as you said, in the same session, but they don't actually have the same terms, so.
But again, I think they're coming back realizing that they're not tracking with their own policy. So I'd love to hear from the manager's office how Prop 123 funds can be fast-tracked and then properly aligned with the next mobile home park acquisition or funding.
And I will say, I don't think there's clarity on that yet, even within the department, about how that's going to be accomplished. On one hand, with the Prop 123 dollars, much of which got swept, I would note, in the budget cuts. And likewise, there isn't a lot of clarity about how compliance with the executive orders will be determined or measured. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, particularly Levi. And
Thank you, Levi.
yeah, and you know, we'll be coming back to the board, because I think there's a lot of conversation, as you're well aware, happening about how is that going to happen and what are we being measured against.
And just real quick of note, we just got a thing from DOLA about a webinar, updated fast track guidance. I just sent it on to Ashley. She's going to be attending the webinar.
And Ashley will be attending
Did you get
that.
it too?
Yeah.
No, may I have it?
You may certainly. I think the board should have gotten it, but
I didn't get it.
I just might note that.
I'll send it to you if you can send it to the board.
It's not
members
all
individually.
bad. I mean, through a governor's executive order, they issued a requirement to execute housing funding contracts in within 90 days, which is much quicker than other agencies in the state get money out the door, and they're doing very well on that delivery. So I just would, as we have conversations with colleagues around the state with opportunities for reform, it's not all bad. That's what I would say.
And maybe
For reform's sake.
Not reform for reform's sake. There's definitely very valid reasons for reform and lots of lessons learned, but they are delivering in some positive ways as well. Yeah.
I have a kind of a broader question, and Jeffrey, you may be able to help me. I'm not sure. I have all the information. There's a House bill at the federal level, and I believe that Congressman Hurd just signed on to it, about postponing some of the great bill changes for another year till the federal government can figure out how to implement those changes. And I don't know how that might affect some of the funding issues, like for SNAP or other programs that we're trying to backfill. So that may, if it's postponed till 2027, I think, to enact, maybe, that may give the state a little break, where if they continue on the path where they're trying to switch monies around, those funds may be preserved for another year or two, which would be a good thing on the state's part, and in turn for the county.
That would be awesome. I think we kind of have to proceed like that's not going to happen. Just as part of the HR 1 conversation, there's been very little guidance coming out of the federal government on implementation, and so states kind of aren't sure how best to implement it. We're kind of coming to the realization that we're just going to have to figure it out, and then if we get guidance later, great, but I don't think we want to wait.
Yeah, no,
until
I'm
it's
saying
too late.
they shouldn't wait, the states, but we should track where this bill, and we need to find out what the bill is at the House level. It might be something we can help support.
The one that I saw
At the federal
was
level.
the congressman signing on to preserving the healthcare reinsurance dollars for at least this year. But you might have seen
There might have been
an
something
additional.
broader, but I'll see if we can find out more information. Maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part.
And maybe one other silver
Sounds like
lining.
a great idea.
Yeah. Maybe one other silver lining is that I've heard the governor's office may be facing a lawsuit about that executive order withholding funds, kind of similar to how the federal government is facing some lawsuits based on appropriated funds. So draw the comparisons as you will. Just a couple quick follow-ups. The CDPHE Air Quality Control Commission Reg 31 rulemaking got postponed to December 17th. I think the board felt like they had too much information to really process and make an informed decision at the time in August. So a stay of execution maybe for 4 months, and we'll see what they come up with. I don't think there's any more chance for testimony or public input, so now we just wait. The Colorado Associations of Ski Towns, big gear shift. The policy statement for this coming year is the same as last year, so you all have seen this before. I didn't want to post it or make a really long, hairy deal of it. 4 main bullet points that are on CAST's priority list: authorize local short-term rental taxes, empty homes tax, real estate transfer fees, and work with partner organizations. So we're fully aware that this could be a tough governor year to push these particular things forward, but CAST chose not to update their policy statement and to keep these on the burner so that if they don't go through this year, we've got some stakeholding already started for next legislative session with a new governor.
Are these the only things on the policy statement?
I can send that to the board. They have a little description under each one. Of course, they've got some.
Just all like housing related. It's interesting that there's not other topics. Okay. Thank you.
And so I would ask thoughts on the BOCC's support for these 4 items. We've supported them in the past, and I would let CAST leadership know that we still support them unless there's any grave objection.
Francie.
I have no problem supporting these, of course. However, I'm surprised there's nothing about public lands on there. It seems that CAST of all organizations should be working to protect public land. So I would ask maybe when we have our meeting in October that we include that somehow. I'm shocked. Did it even come up?
There are some other legislative priorities that are kind of separate from the 4 bullet point item, and I think public lands are addressed there. With these in terms of legislative priorities,
No.
I haven't seen anything.
Well, let's be sure to bring it up in October.
You bet.
Jeffrey.
I would echo Francie's comment, which is the likelihood of any of these, the top 3 passing with the current administration is 0. That public lands should be number 1, and these 3 can sit as 2 through 4. So it seems very strange that the ski towns would focus on taxation rather than lands.
Then I would suggest when you go to CAST, you have a policy drafted in hand related to public lands. Don't go in and say, we should have a policy of public land, say, here's a draft of a policy for public land.
Well, we can also report to them what we've done. And
Yeah, but it's helpful if you have.
The policy could be the zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
And I'll double check their other more lengthy sort of detailed legislative outline and just see where it's addressed, because it's shocking to me that it wouldn't be somewhere.
Thank you.
Wanted to follow up on CCAT's interim priorities. As you remember, we had a 30-minute discussion 2 weeks ago about voting a priority setting for CCAT. And these were their top priorities as they reported back. So Prop 123 work, which we've kind of discussed briefly. Homeowners insurance enterprise, so that was the wildfire and hail reinsurance programs. Land use, of course, that's everything from 1041 to zoning, rezoning of public lands. A lot of defense, probably coming out of DOLA's strategic growth report, that 36-page pillow that we have. And then healthcare, Medicare, SNAP, reinsurance, things like that. Those were the top 4 that CCAT identified through their membership of where to spend time between now and the start of session. Obviously, as things come, we'll reprioritize defense and offense depending on what those are, but we don't have them in front of us yet.
There was some tax stuff, wasn't there, too? Like a excise tax or...
So there was a recreational tax authority that came from Clear Creek, and that was kind of reserved for a future policy discussion through CCAT, not through this board's priority. And so it just didn't make the short list of priorities through CCAT. And then through CCI, Boulder County has excise tax authority for counties as one of their legislative proposals. And Jeffrey and I will be at steering committee and then voting in the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Did we give you guys that authority. We might want to double check that. That's something we do very early in the year that allows we have like one legislative person who can vote on all of the priorities at the fall meeting for CCI. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We did that.
So-
we did it, but we'll double check.
Okay,
Yeah.
it just,
I only know I'm the alternate. I don't know.
okay, it might be me, but maybe I'm not the best person, so that's why I'm just flagging that
We
for,
did plug Levi in
Okay.
officially in the resolution as an alternate. if
for
board
that
members-
specific, it's like a specific called out role, totally related to how the annual legislative priorities get set. I forget what they call it. But anyway, I think we should just double check that.
From what I remember, there were different commissioners on different committees.
Right,
So
but
there
then
were-
there's one legislative rep that gets to vote on behalf of the whole county on approving CCI's legislative agenda for the year. I don't know why they do it that way, but that's how they do it, and I'm just not sure who exactly we designated for that, so we want to make sure that's
Yep,
teed
we'll figure that
up.
out.
The sense of urgency, though, at the board level is the meeting is a week from Friday is non-voting meeting.
Correct.
But it is the agenda setting for the voting meeting.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
And then, as we just talked about, CCI Steering Committee, that's a week from Friday, where we'll agenda set for the voting meeting, which is October 3rd.
Thanks.
And MT 2030 and CAST, October 7th through 9, Breckenridge. EQCC rulemaking, and then the session is just around the corner. I know there are a ton of other important highlights, not just these 5, but these are just 5 that jumped out on my radar, so.
And I'll just say, and it was premature when I brought it up, but I talked to you all about chatting with some folks around the state about considering a study to transition tax base from sales tax to service tax. And I'm still floating that idea. So if anything comes out of it, I'll keep you posted. Thank you. Go ahead. Are you done? You good? Okay.
Questions or other homework that I can do for you, but before now and the next time?
Thanks, Levi.
Thank you. I got
Thanks,
10
Levi.
minutes back.
Appreciate you.
Good job,
You did. You
Levi.
got us back
It
on
always seems to
time.
fall to you to do that.
I can talk fast.
Well, and you
Maybe
sent
you're
us
just the
everything
one who
ahead of time,
accepts it.
so that's helpful.
That's
Okay.
it.
Somebody wants me to have a special meeting between now and the
Board,
15th.
anyone need a break? We okay?
What do we have, the budget?
Yep, we're gonna have third quarter budget supplementals.
I'm gonna step out and make a quick phone call.
We're gonna have his-
Okay, why don't we come
Looks like
back at
4 days
3:30?
away.
You have 3 minutes. Thanks. I will also make a quick phone call. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, September 9th. We are caught back up, surprisingly, and we're on to our discussion about third quarter budget supplemental requests. Hi, Connie. We have our budget director, Connie Baker.
Good
How are
afternoon.
you?
I'm going to share my screen. Before we get into the supplemental requests this afternoon, I wanted to give just a brief update on where we're at with fund balance for the general fund and the capital fund. So this is not a comprehensive update, but just gives you a little bit of an idea for one of our larger areas, the general fund, where we're at. And you can have that in the back of your minds as you're looking at the supplemental requests. On the chart on the screen, the first column shows the beginning fund balance for the general fund and the capital fund. So at the start of 2025, and it's about $40.9 million. $26 million of that is unassigned general fund balance, and about $4.9 in the capital fund. It's hard to show everything on the screen all at once, so that's the tallest column on the left-hand side. The green sections at the bottom of these charts, those are our reserve fund balances that we wouldn't want to dip into. The small yellow section is a few restricted fund balances. The blue section is the unassigned general fund, and then the red is the capital fund. For the 2025 budget, we were planning on, in the original budget, spending down about $10.4 million in the general fund and about $3.4 million in the capital fund. So that's why you see the middle column decreasing by a good amount. The middle column is the result of the fund balance after the original budget. But then in the meantime, we've had quite a number of supplemental requests. Down at the bottom of this page, you see all of the requests that affect the general or the capital funds listed, including the proposed third quarter requests. And so altogether, that is a decrease in fund balance of about $5.4 million. We do have projections on revenue and expenditure that to some extent make up for the supplementals that have come through during the year. On the revenue side, we're expecting about $2 million above and beyond budget for community development building permits and about $400,000 in treasurer's fees. And on the expenditure side, there are a number of savings and many miscellaneous items, but the bigger items that I was able to pull out are about $600,000 for wages and benefits, $450,000 for contracted services, and then $950,000 for property services or facilities projects. Of that $950 in property services, there are two large ticket items that won't get done this year and will be rebudgeted in 2026. That's the courthouse steps and the lime kilns. So with all of those items, that sets our fund balance back around the 26 million mark for the general and capital funds. And that would be the third column then on the chart.
The third what?
The third bar column. So that's just to keep in mind, but we will get right to the supplemental request.
Can I ask a question? Carol?
Yes, Francie,
And how
please.
does that compare to last year or the year before, the fund balance?
This is
I mean, it doesn't have to be exact. I mean, is it
Yeah.
good? Is it bad? Is it average?
I would say it's very good. And I'm having trouble showing my screen. Sorry.
Those are high words from you, Connie. Very good.
We have a very strong fund balance in the general fund right now. However, as you see with our beginning budget, We budgeted to spend $4 million on housing. That was the original $5 million pot for housing that we were going to spend. And so of that 10 million drawdown for the original budget, there's about 4 million for housing, 3 million for the capital fund, more funding for the electrification projects, for one-time projects. So there's a lot of spend down. And then, as the board is well aware, there are many, many requests coming through from our partners in the community that are feeling the effects of federal or state situations, and also just our own projects that are seeing a lot of cost increases. So I would say we have a very healthy fund balance, but we also feel a lot of pressure. So I think we need to keep a close eye on it.
Okay, thank you.
And just a clarifying question, our operating reserve covers what scope?
The green sections on that chart cover about 2 months' worth of operating expenditures in the general
For
fund.
every department and every fund?
In the general fund.
Just the general fund? Okay.
Yeah, we generally, the GFOA recommends 16.7%, which is roughly the 2 months. That makes more sense. And so we call that out as a minimum for cash management and having some emergency reserves, because we are in a resort economy that has, I guess what you'd call more fluid or volatile potential revenue sources. We tend to keep a higher amount of revenue in reserve and available for board discretion, which is what we color in blue. We tried to make it color-coded so it'd be easy there, but that blue section is what is available without dipping into that 16.7. We generally, as staff, tend to be a little bit more conservative and encourage you to stay above that 16.7 so that if the unexpected happens. So that's why during COVID we were able to jump in pretty quickly and do some of the grant programs and such we
I
did.
just wondered, do all of the other dedicated funds have the same cushion?
We manage similarly, but we do look at the volatility of their revenue and expenditure side, and we'll go either closer to that 16.7, and in some cases we'll go under it if there aren't a lot of operations there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, Francie. So I think you mentioned savings in payroll?
Yes.
650,000 savings in payroll?
About 600, yes.
And why is that?
Due to vacancies.
We just positions we didn't fill.
Yeah.
We were
Or
holding
that
them, but
were
we didn't
vacant
fill
for
them.
a part of the year.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll start out then with our supplemental request, and Rye is first up, and I'm trying to find my supplementals, but they seem to have disappeared.
All right,
Rye,
I'll
go
start
ahead.
while you're working on that. Francie, I think this is a good example of some 25 budget where vacancy exists. We had 2 vacancies at the start of the budget year and filled one of those positions partway through the year, beginning in July with our new deputy county attorney, Anne Marie. And we still have 1 attorney position open, and the request in front of you today is to change a pending position that was for a 4th attorney in the office that was noted in the 25 budget, and allocate that for a new FTE for a paralegal in the county attorney's office. This would be a 2nd paralegal in the county attorney's office for, well, I'd say 2 decades or more. There were 2 paralegals in the county attorney's office. When one of our paralegals shifted and is now, Lisa McDonald is now more with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and does not perform paralegal duties or admin duties in the county attorney's office. And as a result, our 1 remaining paralegal, Jane, has seen both an increase in paralegal work and admin related stuff. I do think it is critical to have 2 paralegals in the county attorney's office, particularly as we staff up to full capacity with 3 attorneys. I do not think 4 attorneys is necessary at this time. I could potentially see a future down the road where 4 attorneys would be necessary, but I think a combination of 5 full-time employees in the county attorney's office doing legal work, being 3 attorneys and 2 support staff in the form of paralegals, is adequate and will really increase the availability of services the county attorney's office can provide to both the community and to staff as a whole. We are still dealing with a large amount of pent-up demand for from county staff for time from the county attorney's office. And I do think that having another paralegal will facilitate access to the county attorney's office in a number of ways. I would envision a new paralegal position being largely a position that is in the office at least 4 days a week, to help prioritize staff requests for attorney time, help with the general flow of day-to-day business, answer the phone for the county attorney's office, and help prioritize the remainder of staff time in the county attorney's office, meaning, hey, this thing is still outstanding, it needs to get done, it hasn't gotten done. Our current paralegal is working more than 40 hours a week right now, and she is largely helping with litigation and property interest acquisitions, housing transactions, open space transactions, all the things that you see from the various departments with respect to real property. Jane is largely handling that. As we're staffing up, brought Anne Marie on, and just closed our application period for another attorney position. It would be difficult and likely not particularly fair to heap the workload of 1 or 2 more attorneys on top of what Jane is already doing in the county attorney's office. In addition to that, and I know I don't want to take too much of your time here, I am also looking forward to not like happily looking forward, but planning for transition in the county attorney's office at some point. Our current paralegal staff is likely coming towards the end of her career. She hasn't indicated when that would be, and she's doing such a great job. I hope she stays as long as she would like. But at some point, I would like to see some ability to have some crossover with new staff and old staff, so that some of the institutional knowledge can be passed on, and training and expectations and standards can all be kept at a very high level. So that's the substance of the request right now. I do want to thank Connie for helping me get this together. She said, hey, the deadline's come and gone, and I said there's no way I can get to that, and she helped put this all together for me. So thank you to Connie, of course. Do you have any questions about the position, what it would entail? I would largely envision that position helping with litigation, ultimately helping with real property transactions, and filling some admin role in the county attorney's office. So that would be the goal. I'd love to be able to find another Jane, but it's not
She's
possible.
irreplaceable, Jane.
In any event, that's what the county attorney's office is asking, and thank you for considering it.
Patty, so you're asking us to consider this position with 0 funding.
Well, I think there's
It doesn't require additional
Okay,
appropriation
that's what I was
this
gonna say,
year
'cause it
due
says
to
110,000 here and then 0 over here.
right.
Just to clarify.
This year, there's so much vacancy savings in the attorney's budget that
I talked about that with John earlier.
that it's
Okay.
not necessary to appropriate more
Now I
funds.
have
It's
to
kind of
follow
pointless.
those FTEs. I'm starting
But
now.
I wanted you to be aware of an idea of what the future costs would be.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Normally, I would not. I don't like to bring forward new ongoing position requests, especially for the general fund at this point of the year. I encourage staff to put that in their 2026 budget request. But this was a pending request in last year's budget. And it's a department that has such an impact on each and every other department within the county. And other departments have really felt that need for the attorney's office to have additional support. So we felt it was important to go ahead and bring it forward at this
I'm good.
time.
Just clarification.
Yeah, it sounds like the mix between paralegal and then administrative, I guess you've looked at that pretty thoroughly. It sounds like you really need a paralegal, quite clearly, to take on the load, but is that person going to be overwhelmed with administrative duties, scheduling duties, things that could possibly go to an administrative assistant or something else that might not cost as much?
I think the short answer is it probably could evolve into that at some point, but I think that the combination of two paralegals performing largely paralegal duties, the expectation largely in a private law firm is that a paralegal would be performing both specific legal tasks at the direction of their supervising attorney, and then would also likely perform some level of administrative type of duties.
Okay.
Attorneys can be a real pain in the butt to work for, and keeping track of what they do is part of the job.
We know that.
So, I do think that's a possibility, but I would hope, ultimately, I would hope to bring somebody on that could provide continuity, and then there would likely be a need to go through another hiring process in a year or 2 years as another vacancy opens in the county attorney's office for our existing paralegal staff. So I would, and that's part of the urgency that Connie and I talked about, is trying to get this position potentially advertised before the end of the year, see if we can get somebody to come on not knowing but understanding that we are going to have a vacancy at some point within the next probably 6 months to 5 years. And I don't know what that will be, and I wouldn't expect to know that at this point, but understanding where people are in their career is certainly something I'm evaluating going forward.
Sure. Makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
I will say, if we are gonna stay on track, we're gonna have to pick up our pace a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit. Francie, no, it's
And we
okay.
have lawyers.
So this will represent actually a savings, because I'm assuming a paralegal is gonna cost us less than a fourth attorney.
No, compared to adding another attorney. However, we did not have that additional attorney in the
Budgeted.
budget.
Correct, it wasn't budgeted yet. Yes, I do think that there's, a paralegal represents savings and a lot of value at the same time.
Right.
A good paralegal is a particularly effective employee, handling a large amount of legal work, helping get stuff done that, at least my experience at the county, a lot of staff requests can be facilitated through a paralegal, and it will increase responsiveness time in the county attorney's office to staff as well as citizen requests coming into the county attorney's office.
But it's not gonna actually cost us anything in the fourth quarter.
When we hire, it will cost, but there's so much savings in the budget
The
that
money's
we
already
just don't
there.
need an additional appropriation for
Okay.
the remainder of this
All right.
year.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Next, we have facilities, and we have Jeff here. The next couple requests are his, and we'll start with the courthouse chiller and heating lines.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have lines that unfortunately failed this past summer, late spring, and to restore heating and cooling to the courthouse, we need to put new lines in. So, any questions?
Patty?
So it went from a $13,000 budget original to $600,000.
I don't know where the 13,000 came from.
The original 13,000 is just, facilities typically will budget for HVAC or plumbing
Oh, so that's just
or
kind of-
electrical.
It
a-
wasn't
a
specific
s-
to this specific project.
Right, right.
I'm going, that's big difference. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, this was totally unforeseen.
Francie?
That's what happened.
Well, I saw you running around very energetically fixing things. So has this already been done, and are we reimbursing? Or is this still
we-
ahead?
We have temp lines out there now. that are
So that's what
providing.
you were doing earlier.
Yeah, I sent an email, I think, to everybody, and Greg responded. We put in temp lines back in, I think it was May, June, to provide cooling for the summer. But now the goal is to finish excavation, put in new lines, permanent lines for cooling, and permanent new lines for heating. Our boiler plant lives in the jail. Our chiller lives on top of the jail. So we have air handling units up in the attic of the courthouse, but all the heating and the cooling comes from the jail facility.
So when we redo something to the jail, then all of that's gonna have to be redone too?
Well, it needs to be contemplated into that design.
Depends on what we do.
Was this part of the major work we did several years ago?
I don't know.
No, that was just
wasn't here.
renovation of the interior. That work?
I felt like we tore up a lot in that courthouse, so that's why I'm just kind of curious.
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question either. I do know we did a lot with heating and cooling at that time with replacing, but I don't know if that was just the exchanges within the building or if it went back into the jail or not. Oh, Jody's here.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
okay,
I can
that's
address
helpful.
that, Jody Grady. We did replace the whole utility corridor when we built this building. The actual lines that went from the utility corridor into the building were not replaced, and they were actually damaged, so they have to be redone now.
So we're not trying to throw good money after
No.
good money.
These were old. Yeah.
That's great. Further questions for Jeff?
Thanks, Jeff.
Sure.
I don't think he's going anywhere for a while.
Yeah.
I got at least one more of
Okay.
this.
Next request is for sewer lines at Health and Human Services.
So here, rather than getting stuff into the building, we're trying to get stuff out of the building. We had some issues when the senior center experienced some flooding due to Whitcomb Terrace. They had to temporarily move over to HHS to provide the meals back in the spring. Honestly, I think the building was at its capabilities were stretched, and we experienced a lot of problems with the sanitary sewer lines. We did some work there to try to stabilize those. Those worked seemingly well all summer. Connie and I worked together along with Scott and the rest of the team to put a budget together for next year for lining those pipes, much like we did over at the library. Unfortunately, we've encountered some things in the last couple of weeks where continued blockages, deterioration of the pipes. We had to do an emergency repair over the weekend. So we are recommending that we perform this work now to keep that facility operational. Otherwise, we're going to have to shut down for a lengthy period the shower facilities, the toilets that are used for resource recovery, and the overall building. So this is a lining of the main sewer line coming through the building and out to the main.
You've been busy.
There's been a few things.
And Jeff, this has a different price than what we have in the supplemental, correct?
We got some better quotes from our contractors that are looking at the job, and I think the initial ask was what?
100,000.
100, and with contingency and everything, we are now asking for 225.
So I will update the resolution
Just
that's
say, yeah, it's
coming.
100,000 here.
Yeah, I will update the resolution that's coming to the board tomorrow with this new dollar amount.
Oh, because this is, what we have is not it, okay.
We just got new information the last day. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on this one?
And then I'll come
Right.
back for the other.
Let's see, access control modernization.
Thank you. Again, Jody Grady. We're here today. The county approved the access control project for 2025 to be replaced, and we've been working on it for the last year. This is a legacy program for our access control. We've had it for over 25 years. It's no longer functioning. And so we're replacing it for 9 of our buildings. And the original scope was to implement the replacement. Our goal was to make sure that we were reusing, repurposing anything that we could, so that we weren't spending a ton of money on stuff that was already new. For example, the courthouse, we have a lot of new hardware in there. We're not replacing all of it. So just what needs to be done. As we work through the design process, we were working on reusing 145 devices. And as we looked at that, so what that was going to entail is going in and tweaking some wires and adapting it a little bit. And we came in $75,000 over budget to do those. Excuse me. So to be able to replace those 145 locks, if we spend the extra $75,000 now, then we don't have to come back in 26 or as they fail, just having constant headaches, having just problems with the really unreliable, not efficient, taking up staff time, that kind of thing. So this request today is to ask for the additional funds to be able to implement the whole project, including which is the 145 that we won't reuse. We're still reusing a lot of the new hardware. It's just these older ones that we're trying to not do. Additionally, we hired an owner's representative for $42,000 to help implement this. We still are on schedule to have this completely implemented and replaced by the end of the year. So if it's funded today. And then I added a small contingency on this request so the total is $132,000 to be able to, if there's 4 other things that don't work or we have problems or wiring, that I wouldn't have to come back for an extra request. But I think the alternative would be we still have to come back for the $42,000 because we're still over budget for the owner's rep and the contingency. So we're asking for the $132,000 to complete this implementation. That way we're not here in 26 asking for additional money. Patty?
2 quick questions. Why do we need an owner's rep? We
The-
don't always have an owner's rep. We don't have one for the lines out here or for the sewer lines. Is there a specific?
The county went out to bid, the assets division did. We went out to bid several months ago, and we put on standby owners' representatives. And my supervisor at the time really wanted this to be managed with an owner's rep. So
It's replacing, this is providing transition as we lost GR.
Okay, that makes sense, but just because we wanted to have an owner's rep, it just seems
No,
like
it's
we don't
not.
have owners. We have owner's reps on big projects like this building or the airport. Or,
Yeah, and so because GR was managing so many projects, we contracted this for
Okay,
transition,
got it.
and then we'll be looking at that going.
Second quick question. It says the North 40 on here, the fire station. Since we aren't planning to be there for, I mean, I think the life of this, hopefully this equipment is longer than the life we're going to be spending at North 40. Can any of that new equipment be used elsewhere within the
we
county?
looked at that, and I think the hardware can, but the brains can't. So we are repurposing and reusing what we can there.
But I'm saying the new stuff we're putting in there, can we use that?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
can
want
pull
to
that out.
put it in and throw it away at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we'll still have, because we have the Meet Me centers where the network infrastructure, we'll still have an ongoing lease and access issues at North 40 too.
Even though we're not in the building?
We will be for the Meet Me centers. It'll be a
Okay.
different scope, but yeah, so we'll have a
Something.
presence there. Yeah.
Not the
Not the same.
scope that we have now. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jody.
Questions, Greg?
You mentioned some of this stuff is 25 years old and it still works. That's pretty amazing because normally it seems that we change and upgrade a piece of equipment and it's, needs to be replaced within a few years, it seems. So if it's gone 25, that's remarkable.
Most of those are still hardwired,
Right.
but they're the old push buttons when we used to do push buttons, and then we converted them so we could use our cards to swipe them. But I know facilities has to do a tremendous amount of troubleshooting and
Keep it all going, right? Yeah. Hopefully the new ones last long enough.
Well, and I think, one of the bonuses that we've really found through this process is that we found a local vendor that is going to service us. They are in Glenwood. They're called Sigil. And, every other access control company that we've been working with has been out of Denver and Grand Junction and Colorado Springs. So we feel really fortunate that we have this local team working on our local system.
Right. Good luck with it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jody.
Thanks, Jody.
John, can you confirm if P and Z is supposed to be in here? Because I think we may need to adjust.
They are supposed to be
our
in here.
Schedule here at the end of the day. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next supplemental is just more of an administrative action. In August, the board approved a grant for the sheriff's office, a DOLA Law Enforcement Community Services grant. This was to purchase a drug analyzer. And so this is more of an administrative action to add the appropriation into the sheriff's budget for the grant that the board already approved.
Okay, looks good.
Okay, that was easy. We'll take all the money. We'll take the money.
Okay, next is
And
facilities
just to be
again.
clear, I want to give everything its time, but maybe we may need to hold open discussion or Transportation Coalition update for tomorrow afternoon instead of this afternoon.
We can do that.
Okay, we've got the library boiler plant repairs.
So we experienced some, you guys know the saga of the boilers have been going on for a while, and so the boilers functioned okay this past winter, but we did have some issues with the circulator pump towards the end of the season. We were able to limp through and got to spring, got to summer. Then there was discussion about how to best upgrade some of the system there, possibly integrating it as part of the electrification project. But just as that project moves at a different pace, we need to go ahead and make these repairs so that the library has heat for the winter. So that's really in a nutshell what we're talking about here.
Nothing worse than a cold book.
Yeah, I don't think we
All
have any
right.
better solutions.
I'm good.
I believe we'll have more lengthy discussion about this mechanical system in the near future.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Next is Brett Bergman online, Spas? And we might have a few people online.
Brett's on there.
Hi, Brett. We see your hand. If you want to turn on video and audio. Hi there.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Brett Bergman, Risk and Benefits Manager. I'm coming to you with a request to extend our security guard services. We're looking to add services during nights and weekends at HHS. That's to support recovery resources and the clientele that we have at that location. And then also looking to provide security guard services during the night and weekends at the library. A lot of those same clientele end up at the library, and security will be there to help make sure that we don't have some theft and vandalism that's currently going on there. This would be for the rest of the year. If we got approval today, we'd likely be able to get services started by October 1 and run those through the end of the year, and then look at including those total services in an RFP for next year.
Thank you, Brett. Questions for Brett or Connie, or I'll look to John for any further.
I would just note for the board that our incidents of having to remove library rights or even restrict access to this building with individuals, and a lot of times there's overlap, has increased significantly, which is part of what's driving the desire for this additional security presence.
Patty?
I just would like to see this come back as a broader discussion at some time, the whole security systems throughout buildings at the county. I think there's things we need to address and things we need to address. Thanks.
Further questions, Greg?
Just want to say, yeah, I agree that I don't know enough about this, but I'd just love to know. It sounds like it's trending up, and that's unfortunate. And so certainly I'd approve this, but I'd love to understand it better, and maybe we have a discussion about it.
Thank you. And I'll note a portion comes from the general fund ostensibly for health and human services coverage, and the remainder from the library fund for that time. Seeing heads nodding. Okay. Any other questions on this? All right.
Thank you, Brett.
We'll maybe need some extra budget
Thank you.
time or advanced time before this comes to us in budget. Thank you.
Okay, our next request is from Economics Assistance, and Norma and Lindsay are here.
Hey, Norma, we missed you. Do you feel better?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you. We are requesting for the Emergency Assistance Fund. Now it's known as the Community Emergency Fund, 25 grand. And it's for we can help our residents from September to all the way to December for rental, utilities, and car repairs or whatever they need. So since the off season is coming off, we're in red right now. So if that is approval, it will help us, the residents, to have help their financial and not burden.
Questions, Patty?
And anything not used, we can roll over to next year?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm going to add one thing. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Hi, everyone. This one we are planning to come back to you also with some policy discussion, given some of the changes that we're anticipating with HR 1. We're looking at this fund as a way to potentially bridge some of those issues that we're anticipating. So not today. In another session, in another work session, we plan to come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for your good work.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
I'm just going to stay.
Stay?
Just
Okay.
stay, yeah.
Next is the property tax refund program, and Ann Driggers is here, and Sam.
You know what? I can leave, actually.
I'll let them.
That's fine.
Who's going to kick it off?
We're refunding taxes to property taxpayers.
There've been
Say that loudly.
several meetings where the board has discussed.
Oh, red light on.
It was on.
It was on. I believe there were several meetings at which I was not party to, but where the board discussed continuing the property tax refund program that we stood up last year because of the increase in property taxes and valuations. And so the board has already given direction to move forward with implementing that program for 2025. And we have started the process, I believe, in Human Services, and Lindsay can talk more about the operational side. But this is just the supplemental request to pay for the program. So $135,000 is the amount that you authorized for grants or refunds for the property taxes, and an additional $10,000 for implementation of the program.
Patty?
Did we have an implementation amount prior years? And do we not have staff? So I don't understand why we have an implementation fee. Not that I disagree, but I don't understand. If we have staff that does it, are we giving staff a $10,000 bonus to implement a program?
It's not for our staff.
Oh.
We're planning to contract because the lift of this program last year put us underwater.
Okay, then that
So
makes
we
sense.
yeah.
I'm like,
So
thank
we,
you.
I think collectively had some discussions about how we would implement it, and we're contracting with an individual who's gonna bring some of that.
Not that Sam
expertise.
doesn't deserve a bonus, but we need to be clear with the public.
It's mostly Nick.
Thank you.
John, did you have anything else?
I think that's
Okay, okay. All right, great.
Any other questions? Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
all. Lindsay is still up with 2 grants.
She's getting used to these seats up
from
here.
HICPUF.
We've already come to you all with formal resolutions that have been approved to, this is really an operational change for us just to bring this into our budget. So we applied for these grants and they were approved, and now we're bringing them into our budget.
I think we're okay.
We discussed these at length twice.
Yeah.
Yes. Any further questions?
Okay. Moving on then.
Don't go
We've got
anywhere.
food security and family planning, and this is out of the Healthy Community Fund.
Great.
All right, all me? All right. So what you're seeing here is a request for some gap coverage for 3 organizations here. We've got Community Health Services, who saw a decrease in their federal funding that was largely unexpected, requesting to cover that gap. That's been a partnership with a number of other organizations. You're also seeing Lift Up requesting a $50,000 supplement to their budget to sustain their operations in Eagle and Garfield, as well as the 72-hour bag program, and then a $70,000 request from Harvest for Hunger to help maintain pantry operations at HHS, which has seen a lot of utilization, which explains the increase in costs that we're seeing there. The Community Health Services request, as you can see down here, the request based on how the funds had previously been received, Community Health Services reached out to each of these organizations to request funding to help support Pitkins, part of the ask. And the City of Aspen was able to come in, as well as Eagle County, Rocky Mountain Health Foundation, and Aspen One. There was a request out to Town of Snowmass Village. I think that's still pending. And Garfield County was not able to fund anything at this time, but did indicate that they could come back in a couple months. So the portion of that $90,000 that is requested out of from Pickens County is $58,091. And we do have all our partners here if folks have any questions about the requests.
Does this combination of funders make them whole for the amounts that they needed?
Is it okay if I sit here? Hey. Oh, I am on. Great question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh,
Nice to
hi.
see you. I know you.
I'm Logan Hood, Executive Director of Community Health Services. So no, it's actually not making us whole. We only came to the county for about half of what we need. The board decided to make the other half whole by using some of our reserves. We knew philanthropy alone couldn't support this big request, so we did go back to our funders based on some recommendations, and some that are coming in we're grateful for, and others we're working on for individual philanthropy, but it's going to end up being about $148,000 loss. And so about $60,000 we're going to have to still find. So, and we're working on that, which we do have reserves. We are over 50 years old. We do have some, but we want to really pace ourselves knowing what's going to happen in the next 3 years. This is what I think is the tip of the iceberg for some of our reproductive health and cancer screening programs. And some actual new things that are being cut are some dental, oral health for our schools. So the number right now is changing. I expect even more. And then in the next year with Medicaid and us being one of the very least providers who take Medicaid, we're anticipating even more uninsured. So as we all kind of are expecting, we don't know what to expect yet with the Medicaid. But no, the answer is no. But our board is strategically planning to utilize some of our reserves to make up the loss, and then we've been working on scenario planning to really prepare for any other kind of major changes to our federal grants and other programming that come through state funds as well.
Okay, thank you. I guess I don't recollect all the conversations we had this summer. Were these the ones that came through the Regional Funders Collaborative?
Yes.
So was the request to the
Yep.
collaborative for the full amount, and the
Mhm.
recommendation was only a partial fund?
That's right. So they were all a little bit different between these three organizations. The way that they were reviewed with the same criteria, but they were different in that Community Health Services had a very diverse funding background. So we looked at all of them submitted all of their financials, and we looked at all of those and then made recommendations about how much they should be going to partners and how much us as Pitt King County are recommending to cover. This is also the supplemental that I believe, Greg, you had asked in our last session of the kind of bridge between now as we're looking at the concept of an IGA for food security, what's going to get us through right now. And so this is the immediate need versus the broader or the bigger request. These organizations all come through the Healthy Community Fund through different pathways. So we'll be looking to the future and how we can support these organizations through that.
Questions, Patty?
Yeah, I'm concerned, not surprised about Garfield County, but if Lift Up is providing services, and it's Eagle and Garfield counties, and the ask is 90,000?
50,000 per Lift Up.
So is that proportion for Eagle County for what services on this side of Eagle County? I mean, how did they figure out 12,000 when?
So historically, requests through the Healthy Community Fund serve those who live and work in Pitt King County. So
Looking at those in Garfield who are provided this service because they work up here.
And it goes both ways, right? We have Garfield folks coming to Pitt King County accessing our food pantry here, right? So I think there is just value in looking at the region as a whole.
I'm just
that
trying
way.
to find a good way to encourage Garfield County to come to the table.
Sure, I can.
We can
It's
talk more
actually
about-
looking hopeful. We've had some really good discussions with them. As you know, there's a freeze and they're on hold right now for a lot of things, and they're asking us to come back.
It's a hiring
So-
freeze, not necessarily a spending or feeding people freeze. So we can work on
Understood.
that. Francie and
Yeah.
I are working on Garfield County Commissioners and another level. There's always one more thing to add to the plate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if there's any data or things, Patty, that might help with that, let us know.
It might
and we
confuse
can-
them, so maybe it's better if we just
And,
approach it.
and Patty, I'd say at this point, a board member to board member discussion is going
Not
to
a
be
bad
most
idea.
effective.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, Jeffrey.
I have a quick Gary question, because I know he's here.
Sam? Oh, Garrett, that's great.
Gray.
Oh.
Gray.
Gray,
I know
sorry.
it's-
Sorry, Gray.
Can be mistaken for Gary.
He's still, congratulations. Aspen looks like an incredible success.
Thank
But
you.
the follow-up question then is, we're at 4 times or 3 times what we're handing out in either basalt or snow mass per visit. So can you explain a little bit the success of Aspen relative to and so specifically, Aspen looks like 11 pounds per visit, snow mass 4, and basalt 2 and change. So
Right.
why are we giving away so much more in Aspen? Congratulations.
My name is Gray War,
Red light should be on.
Executive Director, Gray War, Executive Director of Harvest for Hunger. We took over the Aspen Pantry on June 9th, and we have been open for 13 weeks, and we are open 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. We see about 65 people a day, and on Tuesdays we see around 150 a day.
Jeez.
We are very busy, and we service, I think, the whole Roaring Fork Valley, you know. They can come before work, during work, after work. What makes the Aspen Pantry so successful is it is a full-service pantry. So the Snowmass Pantry only has dry goods and frozen food. And then the Basalt Pantry is a collaboration between us and Response, the Center for Abused Women. Aspen Pantry, we have refrigerators, freezers, and produce. So 90% of all of our produce goes through the Aspen Pantry. All of our refrigerated items, dairy, eggs, goes through the Aspen Pantry. That is why the Aspen Pantry is so successful. It is 4 times larger than the other 2 pantries as well. And it is in a wonderful location on the bus route. So, yeah, it's crushing it. We have basically...
I'm sorry, we are really pressed
Yeah.
for time.
Yeah, yeah.
Agenda, so
Jeffrey's
we're very...
Yeah. So that's the
grateful
reason.
for the
That's the
work, and I
reason.
think it's
It's a
part
lot
of
of produce. People are coming in and grabbing produce, frozen food. A carton of milk, a gallon of milk is 5 pounds all by itself. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
And a lot of our clients, we utilize the pantry when they're there. Having 20 to 30 visits a day during the week, I think really increases that pantry's need. We also use Lift Up food bags, dry bags to give in addition. So Lift Up is supportive of community health. So you're right about the valley-wide service in the space. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for that information. It was interesting.
Yeah.
I know, and I hate to cut you off. I hope there will all have an opportunity to sort of dive deeper into
Come
these
visit.
Issues because they're a challenge. And I hate to leave a gap for women's health for folks who have no other way to really get access it. Is there support for this bundled request?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I know. We'll see it tomorrow.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Next, another request still regarding community health services, but this time for
Who's this guy?
the.
Who's this guy? We never see him. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. Kurt Dahl, Environmental Health Manager for Public Health. Here to talk with Logan again with Community Health Services about our TB contract. Disease investigation is one of our core services, and TB, being a bacteria and a communicable disease, falls under our department for investigation. However, when you get into treatment and testing for communicable diseases, we have contracts with Community Health Services because they're our nursing and clinical services arm of public health. TB being a bacteria, there are a couple of forms that it takes. One is latent, which is non-symptomatic, you're not contagious, but you carry the bacteria. Essentially, your immune system is able to suppress the bacteria, but you can test positive for that. And we see a number of latent TB cases every year as part of our investigation. And in fact, in the past several years, we've seen an increase in those latent TB cases. When you have a stressor and you have latent TB, then you can go into what's called active TB, which is what most people think of when they hear TB, where you have the respiratory illness and you are sick and contagious. So for the past several years, we've really only been investigating latent TB cases, and then CHS has been helping with that. This year, unfortunately, we did have someone who had an active TB case, and the work associated around that active TB case testing, investigation, and treatment has taken and put us over our contract amount. Biggest piece of active TB investigation is what the state calls DOTS, or direct observable therapy, which in this case is We have, or in this case CHS, is directly observing the treatment, which means that the antibiotics that they're taking, we have to watch that. And initially that is in person. And then it becomes an option to do it virtually once they're not contagious. The state does give us a very small reimbursement amount when it's in person. I believe it was $12 a visit, right? And it goes down. It doesn't cover our costs remotely. So this request is to increase the TB contract we have with CHS to cover those additional costs. That treatment, when you're looking at treatment for TB, it lasts typically 6 to 9 months, depends on the individual and how they receive that treatment. So this is something that we identified in May. It will go through the end of this year, and then it should, in theory, be done through the end of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a tough one.
I'm good.
to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice
thank
to see
you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kurt.
I took a medical anthropology course that tracked TB through thousands and thousands of years. It's really interesting. Yeah. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Raleigh Backrack, the PACT Administrator with Public Health. This is hopefully straightforward and not going to take up too much of your time as it is a grant. It is for us to hire a second PACT co-responder clinician. It's a year grant with an opportunity to reapply for a second year.
Have we already heard this like through our normal channels of grant acceptances and all that?
I've not come to you all to accept it. I'm still awaiting the formal contract. And we're expected to receive it or start October 1st. So that's it feels a little delayed. Hopefully we'll get that soon.
Yeah. Okay.
Timing wise, we discussed it with them and felt like it was better to go ahead and get it in with the third quarter supplementals, even though they don't have official notification yet.
Yes, and just to quickly add, we are currently interviewing for this position. So the goal would be to hire in October.
But we love your program, you know.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
That's good news.
Okay, next we have a term-limited
Promote Jeff Kruger.
position request.
Hi, Jeff. We see you there. I think you're going to get promoted here.
It's not a termite.
And you could promote Diane also.
All right. Term limited telecom. Ryan, do you need to come up? Are you coming up for this one? Okay, great.
Hey, I'm here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications director, soon to be retired telecommunications director. And many of you may not know that, but this supplemental request is a request for me. Anyway, it's a term limited
Feels awkward, huh?
Yeah, it seems odd that I'm putting forward the request, but anyway, I'm putting forward a request for me. It's a term limited position that will go through the end of next year. As all of you know, we are building a new 911 dispatch center in El Jebel. We've broken ground. We've started construction. The foundations and the steel is going up. And we anticipate the building to be completed in a year. So by third quarter of next year, it's a pretty accelerated schedule. There's a lot to do. This position will be really kind of a senior advisor role for the county. I'll be managing the design and development of the dispatch center, managing the budget, contracts, as well as the schedule. And then managing all the systems that make up a dispatch center. So a dispatch center is much more than just a building. It's comprised of communication systems, computer systems, other support systems. These all have to be tested, functioning, working, integrated in many cases because they cooperate with each other. And that will be part of this position as well. I'm not sure, maybe Patty was the only commissioner 10 years ago that's currently on the commissioner's board. but she probably is aware that I was in charge of the 911 dispatch center when it was built over at North 40 10 years ago. That was a very successful project and was very proud of the outcome 10 years ago. But here we are now, 10 years later, building a new one. I've come to the county with a lot of experience in this area. I've built 2 dispatch centers, now one in North 40 and one at Southside. And I really want to see this next one be a success. And I do not want to see another one being built 10 years from now. So this is one I want to see done. You know, I want to see this last 30 years. But I do come to the county with about now 40 years of experience in communications. I've got an electrical engineering degree. I've built nearly 50 communication sites in my career. So I come to the county with a lot of experience, and I'd like to kind of just continue on in this role and see this project be a success.
Thank you,
And
Jeff.
any questions for me?
Well, thank you. Congratulations on your decision to retire, and thank you for everything you've done for the county. You are undoubtedly qualified for this ongoing position. I'll look to Ryan in case you have any additional information.
You know, I think just for continuity's sake, having Jeff there is going to be helpful for this project, and then, you know, some succession as he transitions out, and we just ensure that his current team is strong moving forward, because there's a lot on their plates. So
yeah, great. Questions?
No, I felt like I was in a job interview, but that's okay. You can apply to us anytime, Jeff.
All right, sounds good. We'll approve it on first reading
Thank you,
tomorrow.
Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks,
Great,
Jeff.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
You too.
Okay, we have a request from the airport for access control, their security system upgrade. And Diane is online.
Commissioners, thank you, Diane Jackson, Airport Director. I'm covering for David, who is just coming back from a much-needed vacation. This request before you is for $103,000 as an increase to our security provider.
Hey, Diane, hang on a sec. We're having a hard time hearing you clearly, and maybe need you to lean in a little towards your computer mic.
Is this better?
Maybe so far. Let's give it a try.
Sorry, we'll hold my computer up a little bit. So thank you. The request before you is for $103,000 to increase our budget for our security provider, who is currently been unresponsive to our needs, which is putting a significant burden on us for TSA as well as security needs here. We went out for an RFP for the services. We received 5 proposals back, with 4 proposals being interviewed. We did come to a collective decision as a group that Convergent Technologies would be the best option for us. They do have checks on the Western Slope, so we're very confident that they will be more responsive to us. And this is built in for our budget next year. We just would like to get them started before January.
Okay, so 103 to get us to 2026 budget. Jeffrey.
So can we just have the silos talk to each other? So the airport silo with the other access silo, because we just approved one and they said, we found the best company and they're in Glenwood Springs and they're called Sigil or something.
I think the airport needs for security are a little different than our
They
normal
are, we
facilities.
did look at that, thank
All right.
you.
I mean, we're at $4,000
We
per
do try to
pad
work
for the other
together where
one.
we can, but unfortunately, I think the airport is so specialized because we have 3 different layers of systems that we're trying to work with access controls, video controls, as well as our systems that talk to TSA.
I rescind my comment.
I appreciate it because we do try to work with anything because we always can get a better deal if we can work with other departments.
Thank you, Diane.
Ooh.
Further questions?
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
Let's hope for better performance from this new group.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're on to our last request for the third quarter. And this really came about, Ashley is here, because of needing to recode a housing purchase.
Hi, Ashley Pearl, Housing and Resiliency Director. This is just an administrative supplemental request to move money from one account to the other. basically, let me make sure I get all this right. We have two funds. We have 4 housing funds, but I'll just stick with 2 for today. We have we recently purchased a housing unit. Sorry, let me get this right. Connie, maybe you can tell me which one.
We purchased a unit that had been originally acquired by an employee through the deed restricted program. So we exercised our right to repurchase that unit. In many cases, then we might turn around and sell the unit. But in this case, they decided that it was a good unit to hold for rental in our rental program. But that left an odd situation where it had been paid out of the deed restricted program in the capital fund, and we don't pay for our normal employee rental units out of the capital fund. All of them have been paid out of the housing impact fee fund. So recoding it, but then we were over budget if we recode that in the housing impact fees. So this is a request to increase the housing impact fee budget by $500,000 so that we're whole in the housing impact fee fund.
Thank you.
Did you say that again?
Right.
I'm just
Do you
kidding.
anticipate that's changing back? Like, will the situation change anytime soon, or is this
It's
a good thing to put into the
possible.
rental inventory?
So this is a unit in Carbondale that we were prepared to sell back or to sell on the free market. And we heard from a number of employees that they would be really interested in a unit in Carbondale. So we ran that lottery last month and we're just placing tenants in the unit this month.
Right.
So it's possible that we decide this unit is not appropriate, it's for whatever reason, and then we could sell it on the free market, we could sell it with a deed restriction, we could sell it back to a deed restricted employee, lots of options. We just like to keep the different funds.
Numbers in the right place.
Yeah.
Got it. Sounds good to me.
You said just placing or displacing?
Just placing.
Just
The
making sure.
unit was
Okay.
purchased by an employee as part of the deed restriction program. They left the county. They left county employment, and so they sold it back to us. We purchased it for $389,000, and then we're just holding on to it and turning it into a rental.
Okay, thanks.
We have quite a bit of money in the housing impact fee fund currently.
Yes.
Just observe that.
Upcoming expenses, such as Phillips.
I know. Okay, further.
I'm good.
All right. I don't think there's any additional info you need to bring
Thank you.
back for us at first reading tomorrow. Thanks, Ash.
Except the
All right.
change in
We
that $1
will have a
amount.
change in the resolution with that increased dollar amount for Health and Human Services sewer lines.
Yeah, okay, great.
So, okay, thank you so much, board.
Thank
And
you.
we'll see you tomorrow.
You can stay. You don't have to leave.
Okay. We have 20 minutes left. How would the board like to use it? Future agendas?
Sure.
And then maybe some open discussion or,
I have things on both.
right.
I
I'm
could
just-
hold off on some of those.
We have to get out of here for P and Z. Is
I
the
can
big
do the open
complication.
discussion tomorrow if you prefer.
And
I
Char-
won't be here.
Right.
Charlotte and Lisa were going to be here for open discussion to discuss healthy rivers and streams. They are on now and they can be here tomorrow, but Patty, you won't be here.
I won't be here and I need to be here for that, so, but we didn't have Francie step out while we do that.
Okay. Well, let's start with future agendas and then we'll get as far as we get on open discussion, knowing that we will have open discussion again tomorrow. And it, yeah.
I have future
Transportation.
agendas, but they can wait till next week, so I'm good.
Okay. I would like, sorry, I'll let John go first and then we'll go around the board.
Yeah, just real quick. So Monday, September 15th, we are, the 17th wasn't working out. So we do have the Vision 2050 from 9 to 3. That is going to be a long day because we have the joint meeting also with the city of Aspen that day. There's a request to look at getting that off-site. We're looking at the Red Brick Conference
And
Room.
the 2050 discussion?
Yeah, for the Vision 2050 discussion.
That's Monday.
That's Monday, the 15th. And then the disc training, we're looking at September 29th from 11 to 2, and we are looking at doing that at the ACES campus, but Hallam Lake, not Toclot.
Nice.
That will involve a 15-minute tour before we get started. On the 17th, there's clarification. There was the hold for a celebration of the Three Meadows purchase. That's turning more into a site visit with a lunch. There are going to be some Eagle County commissioners along with some open space and trails folks, but that is a meet at the Eagle County Community Center at 9:30 a.m. In the Crown Mountain parking lot. There will be a carpool from there for commissioners.
What day? And that's on the
It's the
17th.
17th.
It's on our calendar.
Yeah.
Well, it's on my calendar.
Well, it was on and off and on and off. And
It was
I
on.
went
That's
off
right,
on.
and that's why the 17th. And so it's 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. with lunch is what it's looking like now. But it's not going to be a celebration. It's more of a site visit and
right.
lunch for any commissioners that are interested. So it'd be good to know if board members do want to go.
We can't celebrate.
Not allowed
It's
to celebrate.
prohibited.
Well,
No levity.
I'm not big on celebrations, but you can.
Oh, I saw
yeah.
that last month. I saw that. It was just
Yeah.
a small little
Well,
thing.
there's someone else involved in that one, but
You told me you were the bridezilla.
so then the final thing is the board did receive a request from Snowmass Village from the mayor requesting time on a future agenda to come talk about a request for Little Red Schoolhouse funding, and so wanted to get some feedback on that, and if we should go ahead and schedule that.
Francie, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm not saying anything about this at this time.
Okay. Do we want to, I think it would be courteous to affirm their request and hear the presentation, and we can have discussion after that.
I have a question.
Patty?
You know, we were talking about having a process for people coming forward for capital requests. Is this part of the process, that everybody gets time to present, or is there some more formal process we're working on, or we keep talking about it and keep having requests and we keep one
Yeah, so
process?
we're trying to get into partnership, Patty, with like Aspen Community Foundation and SKICO and others. That process has not come together yet.
So we're still hearing of one-on-one.
Yeah, so they're coming
yeah,
in.
and then the first guy in the door may get the money, and the next guy who's waiting in line to get agenda time doesn't get any money because we're running out of money. Okay, just to.
So
make that-
yeah, short answer is yes, but it's not.
I know, but we
matured.
keep saying we're gonna do it, we don't do it, and people keep coming forward, and I feel bad for the guy who's waiting for time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what it was like for BOCC's with Mike was like a year and a half.
So, okay. Yeah, I'm fine hearing it, but I think we've heard it before. But I think it's a little more cooked now.
Yeah, is this the same presentation or is this upgraded?
So it'll
or-
be a little bit different. I think the change conditions are they are farther along in design and entitlement, and they've been working with R.A. Nelson on the cost. I think also we are anticipating we had 2 revenue requests out there, a grant request from DOLA, as well as a congressionally directed spending request, both of which were not successful. Part of it was timing, I'm pretty sure. And so we had originally awarded $200,000 in ARPA funds towards that project. They are still looking at a funding gap it's 8.5 million, all of which falls on to the town's general fund. So they're looking.
Gap is 8.5 million?
The project cost is 8.5 million, but it's out of the town's general fund, and they cannot do that
They
without
want, what are they asking for?
500,000. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and
It
I
should come
think
out of our
there's
general fund.
Or
correct.
housing?
That would not
Couldn't
housing.
it come out of housing?
No.
Unless
not
we
housing.
viewed the viewed as transitional housing for little people, I don't think
Daily housing.
because it's all daycare.
I forgot.
Yeah. Draw site is maybe what you're thinking
Yeah.
about.
Is this in addition to the 200 from the ARPA?
Yep.
So this is an additional 500.
The request is an additional 500. I think they're looking to cover any gap they can, and so this board gave 500,000 to the Stotts Mill, different setup. So there may be some logic there, but I think that'd be a conversation you'd want to have with them.
Is there any way at the same time we could have some information just on the, I've heard that, the actual cost per student is so much higher there than it is in, farther down valley. And I've also heard that the daycare in Aspen has capacity, and I just don't understand it completely. I certainly want to hear the presentation, but I'm wondering if we can just get some background.
Just looking at Ashley, if she's
Ashley.
hearing this, so we can probably bring some of that information, ask Snowmass too.
Yeah, that would be helpful, just, because I think one of the arguments originally was a lot of commuters bring their kids to Snowmass to put them in the daycare there, even if they might even work in Aspen. It's an interesting dynamic, and if there's capacity elsewhere. Burlingame hasn't been built, the city's project there, and I know that would change things. It just seems like it's a complicated dynamic. I'd love to understand it better. This seems like a pretty pricey thing, but it may be the best way forward. I just want to know what's going on with it.
Yeah,
Does
and
that help?
Well, if we're gonna get spaces if we put in more money, if we're gonna get spaces there for county employees, I wanna know if we have any county employees interested, and I'd like to know what the use is of the spots we got at Stotts.
So I think the ask is different from Snowmass. When we did the grant program at Stotts, the grant was specific to employers, and so the community benefit was basically the overflow that wasn't used by employers. In this case, Snowmass is not looking to get spots either for themselves
Or for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I missed this. Is this not coming through the funders group?
The funders group hasn't quite gelled yet as a request, but no, it has not gone. Our understanding at this point, and we can double check, is that there has not been funding requests to other
What
entities.
is the funders?
Correct. We're the only ones they've reached out to aside from state and federal grants.
So that is, Patty, that's what we were talking about with pulling the Aspen Community Foundations.
I just feel like SKICO, ACF, they have programs that fund childcare solutions, so it seems really appropriate that we might ask this request to go through that group.
But I think we should give them some time, if we have time, because again, got a lot of stuff between now and the end of the year that we're gonna need agenda time for.
And we can certainly give that feedback to Snowmass before they're here.
It's just, if it was something completely out of the wheelhouse of those
Right.
organizations, but they very clearly have stated funding programs for those, for childcare. Francie?
Yeah, I would just like Alyssa to address, how are they gonna staff it? Because we've been hearing from Ashley and others for several years that facilities are not the problem, staff is.
Yeah, and I think they have some answers for that.
That'd be great.
One last thing to pile on, only that when they come, if they could share with us who else they're soliciting for funds, and is this a challenge match they're asking us to make as a suggestion? Just because we're always the first one, it seems. And
sometimes the only one.
Maybe the only one. And so who else are they going after, and how those will be the questions we'll be asking them. I guess it helps to ask them in advance.
We're wrapping up, Suzanne.
But I think we should give them agenda time.
Yeah.
And I agree with
Oh, no,
Patty.
I've brought it up like 20 times this last hour. Like, we got P&Z.
We definitely give them agenda time. They'll be prepared for the tough, yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can just wrap up future agendas and then we'll punt everything else.
So I just want to let people know when I won't be here, if there's somebody here to write that down for the county. September 23rd and 24th, I think, are both meeting days. I'll be in Jackson.
Is that still on?
So I'm gonna need to have a conversation with the individual. There's a suggestion to maybe change some of those dates, but I wanted to check in with y'all individually.
Okay.
I'm on that list with Francie. Yeah, all right.
Okay. October 7th through 9th, I'll be at 2030 and CAST and the Water Congress. And I'm gone the second and 3rd of October, but I don't think we have meetings that day, as I recall, those days. No, those are not meeting days for us. And then the 21st and 22nd of October, I will be at the River District in Glenwood. And those are meeting days. Okay. I don't know about Jackson.
I know, and I was gonna chat with y'all individually a little
And
bit.
real quick,
Yeah.
I have to recuse tomorrow for the ski company issue. It turns out my son-in-law is involved with snowmaking relocation as part of that application. So it's a minor amendment to their master plan. So there will only be 3 commissioners here tomorrow for that. Ski company is aware of that.
Who else is gone?
Jeffrey has water class tomorrow.
And I have to recuse from the Flying Dog.
Flying Dog's been moved up because it'll be an easy one, so you're gonna have to wait for, it should be quick.
No worries.
Thank you, Francie.
Any other burning future agenda items?
It's possible that I won't be here on the 21st and 22nd of October as well. I'm not certain yet. And that's, if Francie's gone and I'm gone, that puts you at 3 people.
Francie's going to meetings? You have
River
other
District.
meetings?
That's River District.
Oh.
We will manage, as we
I can
always
be here
do.
for part of the 22nd in the afternoon.
Well, I just think when we have regular meetings and we have only 3 members of the board present, the applicants need to know.
Yeah. Well, I think this is the regular meeting schedule that we have, where we meet all day Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning, and I call in from the office down in Glenwood, or I roar up here during lunch break or something.
Okay.
So I'll probably be here on the 22nd, John, for most of the regular meeting.
Virtually.
October 22nd.
Okay.
All right, I am going to call us done, and please review this Healthy Rivers and Streams decision. Patty, if you want to give me your input to bring up an open discussion tomorrow in your absence.
I want to be here.
Okay, you want me to text you and you can call in when we're done with Skiko?
Well, I don't know why we couldn't take 5 minutes and do it right now. Is it going to take us that long?
Healthy Rivers and Streams?
Because
Healthy Rivers.
planning and zoning has to set up. We usually adjourn this meeting at 4:45.
You're probably standing outside the door waiting right
It
now.
wasn't noticed today. Okay, thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Grassroots.
Patty, my open discussion tomorrow is about my meeting with Matt Yamashita.
Got us through it.